Dude, I'm getting smaller. I've been lazy at the gym, man. You know, I've been sitting there maintaining, thinking, I'm just going to look the same. I think I'm getting smaller, bro. Genuinely. Anyways. Hello, everybody. Bloody good. How's everybody doing on this Friday, everybody? Chat. Today is a big just chatting-esque day. We got a lot of shit we're going to be doing today. I have a whole presentation that I made for if I was the Hunger Games game maker. That we're going to start with that, so that'll be interesting. And then we got a lot of React videos. I think we have a pretty fucking lineup today. Rundown. Starting out. Oh, I didn't reset the sub goal. Whatever. Starting out after the Hunger Games presentation, we have pulling over the police doesn't end well. This is a body cam video that is highly requested / pretty popular. 2.5 million views in 3 weeks. So yeesh. Then we have a Darman video. Haven't watched a Darman vid in a while. I chose this one. So if it's ass, it's going to be ass. It's Darman. If it's ass in a bad way, that's my fault. Yeah, that's poor foster girl becomes overnight billionaire. We're going to be watching that as well after. We got kind of like a weird combination of videos / things today. Usually I try to keep them like same genre. Then we have a Rui Sinet video. I don't know how to say this guy's name, but we've watched his videos before. He makes fire videos. He goes underground to like see the city of homeless people that live in the like water ducts, or not water ducts, like the water escape routes in Vegas. What if the Minions, okay, kind of crazy vibe change here. What if the Minions served Hitler during World War II? That will be potentially a watch today. It depends on the pacing of the stream. And then we have a philosophy video that you guys are going to choose between either the free will illusion or is it time to accept that everything is conscious by Alex O'Connor. We'll pull that when we get to it though. But yeah, that's the schedule for today. Tomorrow I'm going to be live early as shit. We're going to be live at like 11:30 noon, probably noon. It's going to be like the SMP from noon to 3. Then from 3 to 6, we have a charity stream event. So even though I'll be live at noon, the charity stream doesn't start till 3. Does that make sense? The reason being is because donations in real time affect the games, okay? So it's a charity event for Minecraft Hunger Games. Not for Minecraft Hunger Games. It's a Minecraft Hunger Games charity event for Toys for Tots tomorrow. That's from 3 to 6. But every incremental donation affects the games actively. So that's why the charity stream doesn't start at noon, even though I'll be live at noon. After the charity event, I might do more of the SMP or we might end. I don't know. I know the streamer awards are tomorrow. I know I was nominated. I don't know if we're going to watch party a 6-hour streamer awards event. We might not. That'll kind of be in the moment shot clock decision. If I don't, I'll just fucking, what's it called? If I don't, I'll just raid streamer awards, or QD rather. But yeah, I filmed a whole acceptance speech. If I win, I don't think I'll win. I don't. Do you think you're gonna win? No, I don't think I'm gonna win. You will trust, brother. I'm going against the Avengers in the lineup, pal. I also didn't really like promote it that much, so I doubt I got that many votes comparable to the other people. I'm against Jason the Ween and Kai Cenat. What the fuck? I voted for you. I appreciate that, but I'm saying I don't think the broad public would vote. I don't know. Brooke was asking me, she was like, because I was telling her, I was like, is it fucked if I don't watch it? Because I remember last year it was long. Nothing against it. I would watch it, but I would probably watch it off stream on my second monitor. And And she was like, well, what do you think the odds of you are winning are? And I was like, probably like plus 500. And she was like, not betting odds, like statistics. I was like 15%. Like around 15. I would say like 4%. You're giving me that low? See, now that's a diss. That's a diss. 4%. I would say maybe 10. Okay, maybe 15 is a little high. I would say I'm over 8% though. Okay, 67%, chat. Come on. Now you're just memeing. Anyways. Yeah, tomorrow it's going to be noon to 3 SMP, 3 to 6 charity stream, 6 to 8 SMP. I don't know. Maybe streamer awards. Probably not. I'll probably raid the streamer awards, and then I'll just watch it. I did record a speech, though. This one wasn't cringe. I was really nervous last year that if I won, my speech would be really cringy. I think I filmed something that was it was sappy, but it was nice. And you're not going to see it unless I win. I'll tell you what I said, though, after, if I don't. Show us the speech? No. Why would I show you the speech? That's fucking stupid. Anyways, Sunday's reacts at 2. Monday, I'm going to be live 4:30 doing the SMP. Tuesday, I'm not live. Wednesday's horror games and random games. Maybe PvZ Garden Warfare 2 as well, Wednesday. Thursday's going to be reacts, random games. Friday, not live. Saturday, next week, SMP and random games as well. Next Sunday is also going to be reacts, and we'll go from there. A lot of new games dropping soon. Swalzy, thank you for the 5 gifteds. I'm going to read these as fast as humanly possible. Cross R-rated B is Lord Anonymous for the sub. FTP, thank you for the 1,000. But Jax, thank you for the 3. When are you going to play Garden Warfare? Just said. Assassin and Swaley for the sub. Kaylee and Ski for the sub. OG Chuck. Assassin Not, thank you for the 3. Got my grandma to vote for you on her account. Mad and Geek for the sub. Lily for the sub. 9K, thank you for the 3. What's your opinion on Juice WRLD? Don't really listen to his music, but I mean, I like some of his songs. Chibi, thank you for the 3. Skull, thank you for the 5. But the Carpe Diem hoodie hasn't been prepped yet. I don't know what I'm waiting for. Wondering what's up with it. You got to hit up support. They might have not shipped it out yet, depending on when you ordered it, or if they did, it's probably in UPS handling. Sewer and Yor for the sub, Stoke for the 3, Mysterious Story, Jacob, Sage Soar, Xbar Woke, Sage Crumble Mull Fruit, Speed Percolator for the sub, Broke, thank you for the 3. Have you played any of the Yakuza games? No. Not in Taser for the sub, Mister, thank you for the 3. If you ever had a kid, would you send them to a public or private school? Depended in which they offered, what area you're in, because certain public schools are really good, some are really bad. It depends on the city, county, area that you're in, and what types of school functioning systems they have. I don't know. It depends. Once and Coop for the sub, IDR for the sub, Hunter and Raptor, Cactus for the sub, 1 Ashton, Joseph, Sky, Random, Your Eternal, Brady, Walker, Dark, Robin, Nathan, I Go, Red, Nix, Molly, Aver, Kui, and Molly for the sub, Crispy, B, Goofy, Cabin, Luffy, Tiger, thank you for the 5. Few bits on the account. I wanted to help out the part, man. What's your favorite Power Ranger? The red one. Swalesy, thank you for the 5. Gift is Mr. Crispy for the sub. Lock in, chat. If I don't read donos for a bit, I apologize. Tilton, Mr. Crispy for the sub. Chat, we're starting out stream with a fucking presentation. We haven't done one of these since the Disney Sniffer, okay? If you don't remember that, I made a conspiracy theory that I think was pretty foundational and potentially believable. That the Mickey Mouse figure in Disney's lore actually exists, and he lives in a cage underground beneath the Orlando Disney World facility, in which he sniffs the employee underwear to make sure that they are wearing it. Now, we're not going to be getting more into that theory today. We're going to be doing something entirely different. We're going to be doing a presentation on what my Hunger Games would look like if I were a game maker, okay? If I were a game maker, what would the Joe Bart Hunger Games look like? I have 2 fleshed out ideas, 4 honorable mentions, and a questions period in which chat can ask questions. Prior to, fucking listen to my goddamn mentality, okay? I thought of these ideas. Some of them may have been thought of before. I'm not going to sit here and claim that I'm some original-ass guy, but I did not use outside resources for this. I used it straight off the fucking dome and potentially talked to my friend at 3 in the morning on a Discord call. But outside of that, all these thoughts are my own. Hold up. Hold up. Un momento. Binks, thank you for the 3. We have AI voice recognition when I was 14, going to the clone danger zone, every mentor for the voice, the entire internet for there. When you had a voice specialist, sent to somebody, a Snapchat, detailing my address so you can personally drop to my house and destroy my router so I can never interact with the internet again. Binks, I have no idea what you're saying. Tilton, Mr. Crispy B for the sub. Goofy and K-Bon for the sub. Hey, Joe, if you decide to ban me, then you might as well have cooked an AI voice recognition system to look at the VODs when I was 14 and played Crone Danger Zone to find every mention of my voice ever on the internet. From there, you would then find a voice message I sent to somebody on Snapchat detailing my address so you could personally drive to my house to destroy my router so I could never interact with the internet again. Binks, thank you for the 3, man. I have no idea what the fuck you're saying. Synth for the 3. The new Markiplier Iron Lung final trailer's out. Not watching that right now. Dylan, Chunky, and Mrs. for the sub. Hunger Games presentation first. Mr. for the 1,000 videos. If you have any videos you happen to watch, games, you have to play videos, such type, games, such tap. Lock in. Oh, also, after tomorrow's charity stream, next one will probably be in early January. Just got out of a 3+ year relationship. Hard to move on. I don't even know what I want to do with my whole life. Was them. Do you have any advice? Block them on everything. Focus on yourself. It's going to take time. That's all you could really do is wait. I see somebody also spamming right now that my girlfriend just broke up with me. She was cheating on me. Block her. Block her and move on. I'm sorry that you're going through shit, man, but I can't really tell you anything outside of that. Some people will come to me and they'll be like, hey, Joe, what do I do? My girlfriend broke up with me. What do I do? Move on. Right? I know it's like easier said than done, but it's like block them on everything. Get them out of your life, right? Remove everything that was immediately attachable to them, right? Things they got you, gifts that are directly associated with them. Put them in a fucking box, put them in a storage unit, or throw them out, right? Focus on yourself. Hang out with friends. Move on. Be happy with being single first, and then you could get back into dating. Some people like getting into rebound relationships. Sometimes they work for other people. In my personal opinion, I think it will only make things worse and make you more upset in the long run. So that's all I could say. Senor for the 3, need some inspirational speech. Look it up on YouTube. Dylan for the sub, broke for the 3. You like Magic the Gathering? Would you ever do Magic the Gathering related stream? Maybe. Like an unboxing. Like if I ever did PAX. I don't know. I've never played Pokemon TCG. Last time I played Magic was like over a month ago. But, like, I know how to play or Magic the Gathering. Like, that was my TCG when I was a kid. Like, I used to play that in middle school. I played it a little bit in high school. And I would collect cards. So, if I was ever, like, gonna do a trading card game on stream, it would probably be Magic. But, I don't know. I feel like Pokemon's easier for unboxings because people just know the value of cards. Whereas Magic, like, I know what each card does, but I don't know the value of a card, right? Like, if I was unboxing, like, outside of, like, Black Lotus or, like, OG Magic cards, if I was just unboxing, like, new modern packs, I wouldn't really know what's hits unless I Googled it. Which you could say the same thing about, you know, Pokemon packs, but... Mr. for the 5, your W, course for the 3, I haven't worked on the game, taking up my energy, I'm gonna school programming. All right, you don't have to, you know, you could do the game whenever you want to do the game course. Potato and Tab for the sub, Dylan for the sub, and I hope you're all right. Mr., thank you for the 5. Lock in here, chat. It is time for my... Fuck, my face cam's gonna be in front of all the pictures. Where do I put my... Chat, I planned this whole presentation out. Where do I put my fucking face cam? Bottom? I don't know. Bottom left? Bottom right. We're going to put chat in the top. No, we're going to put chat up here. Okay. These are my... Why am I doing that voice? If I were the game maker... This would be my Hunger Games. I also want to say that I own these ideas, and if they're ever used, I shall receive $1 trillion from Lionsgate or any company that uses them for a Hunger Games-based movie, theatrical, play, whatever it may be. If there's any monetary gain off of this, it is all directed towards me because I came up with these ideas. Thank you. Okay, anyways, starting it out. If you also, I didn't really, if you've never seen the Hunger Games, this is going to make no sense to you. But for the people that don't know, the Hunger Games is basically a move. Do I really need to explain what the fucking Hunger Games are? Nobody that hasn't seen the Hunger Games is going to fucking watch this. No, I don't need to explain. You know what the Hunger Games are. If you don't know what the Hunger Games are, figure it the fuck out. You've been living under a rock for the last 10 years. Also, I'm saying this right now. Don't donate if you need me to read it. I'm not reading. I'm going to read donations right now, and then I'm not reading them for a long time. Okay? Bryce Mister for the sub-fan for the 3. Greatest philosopher in history. I'm not the greatest philosopher. Starts for the 3. Been going through depressive episodes. Parents were voiced by dad being framed for attempted murder, going to court on the 30th. Other than that, he's going to be put in prison. I don't know what I do with my life. I don't know if you have any advice on moving forward. I don't really know how it would help you, Stokes. I'm sorry that you're going through that. I can't really help you, though, man. I hope that you're okay. You just got to take it day by day, you know? Coy and Matt for the sub, Harvard for the sub. There's certain things that chatters are going through that I can't help them with, and that's one of those things, man. CRZ for the 3. 3-year sub badge, awesome. Crimp for the 3. Peep the new tats, already showed him. Bodo and Lee for the sub, Mr. for the 5. Potato for the sub, and Mr. for the sub, it's for the sub. All right, lock in. Here we go. Anyways, lock back in. Lock back in. Lock back in. Type locked in. Type locked in. Also, I'm covering my face. That's me. I don't know why I included that, but I wanted to. Anyways, these are my games. If you haven't seen Hunger Games, you don't know what it is. Fuck off. You're not going to understand anything that I'm talking about. Idea number 1. Lifelink. Now, this one I have been chefing up in the works, right? While I'm lifting at the gym, I'm thinking about this. Now, basically, the premise of Lifelink is that 2 winners will always exist, okay? If you've seen the first Hunger Games, spoiler alert, that shit came out 10 years ago, so if you haven't seen it, fuck off. Katniss and Peeta win together. They're not supposed to, right? They both threaten to eat, like, these berries that are poisonous, and then the game maker basically just allows them to win because there would either be... It's better that there's 2 winners than no winner. I like the idea of Lifelink primarily, number 1, because there's always 2 winners, and that motivates people. But number 2, it makes the games more interesting. Now, what Lifelink is, if you're reading the PowerPoint, is that both players are linked, hence the name Lifelink. So if one dies, the other dies, right? So if you, and the person you're linked to is the other person in your district, right? There's 12 districts, 13 if you look into the lore, but 12 that participate. And every district has 2 players. So if you're in District 2 and you are, I guess, chosen, the person that you are playing with will also have a device that is basically implanted and attached to their heart or aortic valve, whatever it may be. And if they die and it recognizes that they don't have a heartbeat anymore, then you instantly die, right? So it kind of forces you to have a teammate, but also gives you a teammate, right? It's a positive and a negative depending on how you're seeing it. There are a lot of downsides and a lot of upsides. We're going to get into that. This is just the first slide, right? I know some of you might be thinking, oh, what if I got Rue? What if I got Rue? Oh, shit, I would lose. Yeah, you're right? If you get partnered with a 10-year-old, you're probably going to get fucking murdered because that kid's going to get his head chopped off in the first 10 seconds, right? So maybe you need to rethink your strategy going into the games because if you are teammates with somebody that sucks, you're going to have to play around that. Slide 2. I liked this image. I tried to find something where there were people that were combative with each other, and I couldn't really think anything outside of 21 Jump Street with Channing Tatum and Jonah Hill, so that's what we went with. Why this would be very cool, right? Higher motivation and morale, right? Similarly to the first games, right? It feels a lot better when you're not the only one making it out of it. You have a little more motivation to survive, not only for yourself, but for somebody else, right? And it breeds new attack and defense strategies, okay? And it also, this is another point that I wanted to make. If you look at the 3rd bullet point, it reduces the loser-ass fucks that play for the games for their entire life, right? Kato, or what was his name in the first one? Kano, what was his name? The blonde guy in the first one. Kato. Yeah, Kato was a loser, right? Kato was, you know, if you don't really know the lore of Hunger Games, The people in the higher districts are really rich. They're not so rich that they live in the capital, but they're well off. And a lot of them train their entire lives to be in the Hunger Games, and then they just volunteer, right? Instead of even being picked like people in District 12 are, like, they want to, they're career Hunger Games people. They want to be in the Hunger Games and win for glory, for money, whatever the reason may be. And it removes that because all of these people that are in District 1, District 2, District 3 are training for themselves, okay? They're training on how can I survive. Yes, they're still going to carry over the capabilities they have as an individual to kill, right? Just like an MMA fighter would still be really good in hand-to-hand combat. But they're going to get the ball dropped on them 3 days before, right? They're not going to know that this is lifelink until, like, right when the event starts. Now, yes, the higher district people are probably still going to be at an advantage like they already would be. You can't really get rid of that because both players in each district are going to be probably pretty well trained. But it evens the playing field a little bit, right? Not to the point where, it's full even, but it helps somewhat. If my lifelink partner dies, how would I die? Would I just get murdered? No, they would implant a device into your heart or next, kind of like a pacemaker, but like one that would kill you instead of keep you alive. So it would have a device that reads your heartbeat and your heart rate, and if it stops reading your heart rate, it gives you a heart attack. So you would just die on the spot. And I also want to say you can't do some baddie or whatever fucking bullshit. You can't be a coder and hack it, okay? It's going to be bulletproof, right? This is a device that can't be changed. It is linked to your heart. There's no way around it. If you're really good at wiring, you can't fucking pull it out of your chest and fucking save yourself, all right? That's loser shit. I'm going to say that right now. I don't know how we would do that, but we'd figure it out. All right, hold up. Like, why this chatter just needs... Make it all gay people. Make it where you get touched, bro. Ban that chatter, bro. What are you fucking saying? That's not even changing the game. All right. Moving on. New attack strategies. I think I found some good images here from For Honor and Assassin's Creed, I think is the bottom one. You basically need to reformat how you fight, right? You could have people that are, tanks, like your strongest person that would, maybe ideally have a shield and a sword, a shield and a spear, and then have somebody prior or behind them that's kind of a long-range individual. Kind of like a hero shooter where you have a healer and a tank. It changes how you fight, too, because now you're no longer going for the strongest member. Right? In the Hunger Games, you want to get out the strong people because the weak people are easy to kill, right? You don't really have to worry about them, so you kind of mainly focus on the strong guy. Your eyes kind of dart from the good people that are, scary to the weakling in the back, because if I'm fighting a guy that's 220 and his teammate's a 10-year-old that's 100 pounds, wham! I'm throwing the spear like I'm in 300 and I'm a part of the Spartans, right? And I'm clipping him because then the other guy instantly dies. So now the big guy has to think, how do I prevent this fuck from dying? Because if they die, I die, right? If you have two strong people, maybe you could strategize with your teammate. You could have two people both be close range, both have shields. You could have two long-range stealth people. Both of you could opt for, kind of camping in the trees and trying to just pick people off, getting 2-for-1 specials, Head tap, bink, over, they're dead. Now you got a 2-for-1, and the game's become easier, I also want to say, if you split, you'll likely die. In this scenario, I'm not saying that there's gonna be people that disagree with each other, right? Especially in the higher districts or the lower ones where people don't see eye to eye. You're gonna have District 3s that refuse to fight together and they split on their own way. You better just hope that motherfucker doesn't die because randomly you might have a heart attack and you're done. You're dead. And I also put weak teammates are either forced into hiding or useful in other ways. What I mean by that is like, you could have a scenario where, if you remember in the first games, PETA was kind of forced to, like, live in a cave for, like, a few days because his bitch ass got hurt and he couldn't do anything. So, like, you would have to do that for some players. Like, if you got partnered with Rue, you know, you're probably going to put Rue in a cave and just be like, don't leave. Here's a spear. If somebody comes in, kill them. I'll bring you food once every 3 days, because they're a liability at that point. Now you're like solo fighting a duo, you know? So there is RNG on like who you get, but it's also like, hey, maybe you could strategize in different ways where that person forages and does a lot of survival things where you kind of focus on defense and attack, whatever, you know, you kind of see fit. I think that's why I like it, because there's variety. Weapon format for Lifelink would be semi-standard to a regular cornucopia. This is the one in the first game. This is the one in the second game here in Catching Fire. Also, Catching Fire, best Hunger Games by far. It's not even close. You would have an even split of like range, melee, and shield. I feel like in the first one, they had a lot of melee and very few range weapons, right? You had some throwing knives. You had Katniss's bow and arrow. You maybe had a spear, as you could see. But a lot of the weapons were like fucking, it was like a lot of backpacks, a lot of axes, machetes, swords. We're kind of going to have a full even split of that, so you can kind of grab what you think you need. And then I also put fighting gladiator style is kind of ideal for the tank. You know, you kind of want something that you're able to block ranged weapons and close range weapons with, but also have something that kind of gives you reach. And then range is more stealth. You don't really need one of each, but I would personally say it would make more sense to have both. Mods, can we ban Sneaky Oats? Throw it in sub only for this presentation. Yeah! Yeah! Chat, I know that this is for entertainment. I also care about this. Bro, I am locked in on explaining why this would be a fire movie idea. All right? Or just a fire games in general. So, lock the fuck in. I'm not reading bits. I'm not reading subs for a while. If you send any bits, send any subs. I'm sorry, I'm not reading them right now. I'm locked in on this. So, refrain from sending donos if you need me to read them right now. Anyways. That's what it would be, right? You would kind of have an even split. Similar cornucopia. I don't think I wouldn't keep it looking like this. Honestly, I think I like the more open format. Kind of remove the cornucopia look. You could call it the cornucopia. Just kind of have it be mid. You know, kind of like an MC Hunger Games where there's just kind of chests surrounding. I kind of want an equal grabability for everybody. The map I just kind of picked a bunch of imagery that I would ideally have the playing field to look like. Think of like northern New York / less hilly Vermont. Semi-cold. Warm maybe in the 50s, 60s during the day. At night, it might be down to the 30s. You know, you kind of need a fire. There's a lot of forestry, a lot of trees that you could hide behind and fight behind, but also a lot of, like, open plains. An abundance of water. I'm not really having this games be something where it's like people are just constantly starving and dehydrated to death. You want good fights, you know? The people in the capital fiend for a good death. And a good death is not dying of dysentery. A good death in the Hunger Games is getting your head chopped off by a trident with somebody throwing a net at them from behind, you know? So I think that would be the map. There would also be some structures. Like, this isn't just here for shits and giggles. Like, there would be a barn, you know? There's areas. I feel like in the Hunger Games, it's all just, like, just nature. We're removing that. You know, I kind of want it to be kind of like a PUBG aspect. You know, not really modern housing, but a lot of rundown shit. Stuff that's been abandoned for 30 years. There would be bridges, kind of places that you could post up for shelter if you needed to. Maybe you would find some gear as well. You could scatter some shit. Maybe some Band-Aids in a drawer or something. I don't know. Potential addition. This one's kind of up in the air. I was, you know, kind of talking to the council about this one. I don't really know if we would include this for Lifelink games. But think of, like, national treasure traps. You would have, or like an It Takes Two type puzzle. You would have scenarios where you have to either solve a maze or step on right pressure plates in the right time, and you have to work together. And if you fail, you'll die. You know, there would be, like, poison arrows that shoot out of the wall. Some shit out of, like, an ancient Egyptian, like, tomb that's being guarded by a trap or something. Something on the lines of that you would kind of stumble upon. There would only be 3 or 4 in the whole map. But, the reward would be great. You know, failure equals death, success equals great reward. It's a real risk reward. Yeah, Indiana Jones, stuff like that. It's a real risk reward factor. If you win, there's no, like, it's not something that's predetermined, okay? That's what I like about this too, is if you succeed, you don't know what you're going to get. The game makers know what you're going to get. So they're going to give you what you need most. Instead of a sponsor dropping you something and then that helping you out in the games, it's going to be more like, hey, you're fucking bleeding out. We're going to try and do this. And if we win, we'll get like a healing serum like PETA had. You might need weaponry or food or certain items, and it helps you out in that way, you know? All right. Idea 2. Wait, actually, let's go back. Do we have any questions? Any questions? Thoughts, concerns, questions. Are we liking that idea? Does it sound good? I think it's fucking sick. What about mutts? We're not going to have mutts in that Hunger Games. I would caution you to wait for this next second idea. I would caution you to wait for this next second idea. You'll like the second one. You'll like the second one. Anyways, yeah, no. That one, I don't know. That one I feel like is pretty basic, but you could have a lot more dialogue. There would be a lot more sappy scenes, you know, trying to keep each other alive. You might hide your injuries from your teammate because you don't want them to think that you're going to die. Stuff like that. You know, you're kind of forced to work together. There's a lot of more camaraderie that goes into it. You know, if a good teammate's a good team. Anonymous Parking, not Dodds. Skittle for the sub, Roostis for the 3. If live stream video we truly are making me think about limited brainstorm, we can measure it, possibly true to understand the real size. Like you said, we use labels like name and age, but it's not really who we are. Realize that somebody the mind can never fully grasp. Crazy, our minds are limited about it at the same time. What do you think? Hoping this wasn't too confusing. I mean, yeah, that I kind of agree with you, you know. We're limited to a physical body, but at the end of the day, who we are name-wise and, like, you know, identification-wise isn't really who we are. BG, Not Jelly, and Biggie for the sub. Dom for the sub. Senior over the 3. What if there was a Hunger Games where you can't go a certain distance away from the person teammate? What, like, chained together? Potassium Vibe and Alex for the sub. Joe Solid for the sub. After the 3. Watching the videos of VODs, started using Twitch because of you. I've been dealing with depression. The only reason I have strength to keep going. Well, I very much urge you to get help. I don't think you should fully rely just on my VODs and videos to help you. I hope you get the help that you need. Grunt, Tokyo, and PC for the sub. Matt and David for the sub. Day for the 3. Matt, Isaac, Sully, Mr. Clock, Bryce, Harvard for the sub. Fran for the 3. 5, 10, thank you for the 3. Man, my girlfriend love watching your videos. Thank you. Curses for the sub. And Anonymous for the sub. Lock back in. Oh, wait, any questions about lifelink? Will there be any crazy background trauma that makes just one player really shitty and then kills them off right away? I think, okay, I don't know if I'm saying this is kind of what I'm putting forth as a games maker for Hunger Games. I'm not going into, like, the cinematics of we're going to draft one guy that's really unlikable so one person fucking, you know, takes themselves out to kill the other guy. Would there be a scenario like that? I don't know. Maybe, probably. Out of 24 contestants, there's probably going to be one team where they're like, fuck you, and then they just fucking kill him and then die as well. You know, I can't say whether that would or wouldn't happen. They should be able to pick their clothing before they see the arena. Ooh, you're saying they should have to pick their clothing? Like they don't know what they're going into? I feel like they would just all be geared. That's a little cheap. They would all be given the same stuff. You want the playing field somewhat even. And then there would be people trying to cheat and fold their way through to figure it out before it actually happens. No. Ooh, do you think, though, actually, this is the question. If the lifelink games were real, do you think you should tell them days before or, like, when they're in the tube getting lifted towards the ceiling? Like, hey, by the way, you have a device that's in your chest that if your teammate dies, you'll die. In the tube. I like that. Because I think that's like, well, fuck, whoa, what? You know, you're like, in the tube, you're told that you get out, you know, you're up, and you're like looking at your teammate like, Now you're thinking, do you go to the cornucopia? Now you're playing, you have everything mapped out in your head. And then in an instant, it's like 1,000-yard stare. Fuck. What do we do? Joe's for the sub, Wesley for the sub. All right, now, before we go to the next one, what are your odds of survival in this? I feel like base Hunger Games, like first Hunger Games, I'm giving myself like betting odds, or like not even betting odds. Like I think I have a 15% chance of winning in a regular Hunger Games scenario, which is higher than statistically it would be like 5%. So I think I have 3 times higher than the average person to win. I think in this one, I think I would do better. I think I could strategize like fucking crazy, chat. I would kill their backline so fast. I would dead ass ignore. Maybe not. I would say I'm going to frontline. I'm going to fight the big fuck. I would tell my teammate, yo, run around and strangle his teammate. Run around, because it's always guy, girl, right? So if I'm the dude, I'm going to go, yo, I'm going to try, or actually maybe reverse. I'd be like, you distract the guy. I'm just going to fucking spear that person to death. And then we're going to fucking live. If you're in life like your teammate was a 12-year-old disabled person, what would you do? I mean, bro, they're not going to draft somebody that's physically incapable of fighting. You can't put me in that scenario. I'm not doing that. They would? They wouldn't. They wouldn't. Oh, they did. Oh, they did, though. Oh, my God, they did, though. No, they did do that, though. Oh, shit. You're cooked in that scenario. See, that's fucked, though. That's fucked, though. What if they're autistic? I'm not thinking that. I'm thinking, like, physically disabled to where, like, my teammate has one arm and one leg. And now, like, they're not going to do that. I feel like there would be rules. Okay, then I don't know. Why are you trying to pick apart? Why are you ruining my idea? Fuck. Why are you ruining my idea? They would just die, but then you're dead too. That's the point they're making, which is true. Like if you're with somebody that's like fucked, like they're not like it's just like, oh, you're cooked, Like now, like it's over. Honestly, bro, I feel like that's a scenario where you literally have to go like put them in a cave and be like, don't leave. I'm going to win this games for us. Like I'll bring you food so you don't die. Just say you wouldn't draft them if this is your games. Yeah, but the game maker doesn't choose who does and doesn't get drafted. All right, I would give somebody like, in that scenario, I'm giving the other player like some crazy perk or some shit. Like Katniss and PETA. I gotta say, side rant, PETA's presentation to the rich people that are determining whether or not he's gonna get like fucking sponsors for the games was so stupid. And they made it seem cool, and it was so lame. Like, if you remember, they all had to, like, portray their own abilities and what makes them, like, good, I guess, opponents. And, like, Katniss is, like, headshotting stuff. Or, like, well, actually, she might have, like, painted something. But, like, a lot of people are throwing knives, and they're, like, slashing. They're showing their fighting skills. Bro, PETA just goes, thum, 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 throws a weight. And all of them go, wow, wow. And they act impressed. Like 5 Hunger Games ago, there wasn't a girl that graded her teeth to look like shark teeth with the fighting capabilities of fucking somebody that spent 10 years in fucking Dagestan learning MMA maneuvers. Like, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, Enobaria or whatever. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, PETA throwing a fucking 40-pound potato sack was impressive. Next games. I think you guys will like this one more. This one's titled The Fallout Games because of how similar... I was going to title this one The Nocturnal Games, but I'm titling it The Fallout Games because I think the map would be the most memorable. The climate would be similar to Fallout 4 or the show, The Fallout. We would remove radiation. I think I say that in another slide, but you're not worrying about, I'm going to say that off rep, you're not worrying about, like, dying of radiation and stepping into a room that's going to fucking kill you, okay? The problem and the worry about this game is that it is unbearably bright and hot during the day. It is cold and pitch black at night and bright and hot in the day. The UV level during the day is 10 plus, and it's over 100 degrees from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. You're in the desert, okay? You're spawning in the Sahara. Not really, because there's going to be water sources, but it's going to feel like you're in the desert constantly. Everything's going to be run down and look like it was in a post-nuclear blast. There would be less buildings than this. You know, I don't want there to be, like, huge cities. Honestly, I think there would be buildings scattered kind of like in this bit, but it would be more like deserted. Map-focused games through and through. There's caverns and broken structures that you're able to sleep in that would kind of look like this. A lot of the games would be played during the night. You know, there's going to be benefits of going out during the day, but for the first few days, it's like if you stay outside during the day, you're dead. Water's readily available, yet largely unusable, like this picture here. You know, think still water, water that has so much bacteria in it that unless it's, like, fully boiled and filtered and you know a lot about survival filtration, like, you're fucked. You know, there's going to be instances where you do find, like, water bottles and there's going to be clean water sources, very far and few between. Most of the water that you'll see is unusable and or deadly. Post-nuclear fallout years after is what I'm saying. That's why there wouldn't be radiation, because that's kind of cringe if, like, all the people died from, like, radiation poisoning. How would you know? Oh, those who know, you're saying still water. All right. But yeah, I also included this image here where my fucking face cam is of Fallout, but it wouldn't be a city like that. I'm just more saying, like, the ruins. You know, it wouldn't be like you're in modern-day New York. It's not going to be that vast where you're able to, like, climb 80-story buildings. Like, the tallest building would be, like, 3 stories. The twist, this is where we get into this chatter's request here about the mutts. Nocturnal radiation mutated carnivores. So, think bears, think, like, snakes, dogs. They're going to be, like, fucking steroid, like, zombie creatures that kind of roam the grounds. But they're not computers. They're not robots, right? These are real animals that are also seeking survival, shelter, and food. So that's where the conflict is that these animals also can't go out during the day or don't want to. So the shelter that they're seeking is also the shelter that you're seeking. So if you go into a cavern and you're like, thank fuck, it was so hot, I can relax here, you might have a mutated bear waiting to kill you, right? Or at night, when you want to venture out, is when they want to venture out, and then they're going to be looking for you. That's when the animals seek you out as well. I also have this creature here. This isn't really an animal, but something, like, really creepy, you know? Like, it would be like you're in a horror game at night. Horror game at night and just, like, horrible during the day. The strategy is obviously go out at night because that's when you're going to be able to, I guess, adventure the most, because during the day you're going to get severe sunburn. You know, you might die of heat exhaustion or dehydration. You don't really want to be active when you're going to be losing a lot of your energy. So you want to go out at night. The problem is it's pitch fucking black. There are no stars. There is no moon. It is dark. It is it's the dome, remember? The dome that they're in. So there is a border. We're not going to have fake stars, fake moon. It's nothing. So it is pitch black. Cave level, darkness outside. So you're going to have to find ways around, maneuvering through where you are. And so the best thing that you're going to think of off rip is probably fire. And fire's awesome, but I wanted to just use this as an example. When you're going to stick out like a sore fucking thumb. So fire's going to help you move around. It also might help you fend off animals, but it's also going to be a fucking beacon to other players of where you exactly are. I also wanted to say it's advantageous to risk going out in the day because you might be able to like loot the runes before other people. You know, stuff's going to get taken quick. There's probably going to be pretty good items that are placed in the runes, in the buildings, in these areas that are, you know, lootable, and they'll go quick. So you kind of want to go out during the day, maybe risk it to, you know, kind of reduce player-to-player contact, but also increase what you get. You might find heat-repelling clothing for night and day. You might find sleeping bags for night, other energy-absorbing things for cold at night. Like, you might get certain gear that is usable for daytime adventures, kind of like what people wear in the Sahara or just in deserts in general, because they're not going to spawn with that stuff. Incentives. This is where it gets really weird. You get supplies for kills. So it promotes you not being a bum-ass camper. If you remember in the second movie, Catching Fire, there were 2 winners that won previous games from camouflaging themselves and doing nothing for days until their opponent starved. That's stupid as fuck. So we're going to make you OP if you kill people. But what makes it the twist is that you can't just kill them, because we're not going to drop you stuff out of the sky. You need to go back to the center with the person's head. So if you want good gear, you need to kill them, cut off their head, and bring it back to spawn. And put it in a cache. It only opens after day 3. Because that would be lame if it was open on day 1, because everybody would just camp in mid and kill each other. The games would be over instantly. So you kill people in the first 3 days. You're kind of weighing, hey, should I carry this person's head around? Should I cache their body somewhere? So you're going to have, it's disgusting, which makes it more entertaining. It changes game strategy. And you're going to have people that camp the cornucopia more than before, and you'll have scavengers. Right? So you'll have people that aren't really killing that many people, but they're kind of looking for bodies like that were killed on day 1, 2, or 3 prior to the cache opening. If you get the head in spawn, like you would put it on like a plate and it would sink down and then it would bring something up for you. And you get to choose, right? So there's going to be a category. It would be like food, weapons, supplies, like gear, right? And you'll pick one. So you get 1 credit per head, and you get to choose what you want. So then the game's not going to choose for you. You get a pick. I feel like this is really complicated. How? I feel like this makes perfect sense. Hey, if you cash a head in at mid, you get to pick an item only after day 3. That's so simple. That's so simple. Right, and here's, like, some of the items. Like, you might get, like, you know, just blocky, like, MRE, nutrition bars. Low-quality night gear. You know, that would be, like, really good weaponry. You know, you might get, like, a heat blanket or heat-repellent clothing, stuff like that. And you just get a pick category. You don't get a pick exact item. It's going to drop what is in that category that would best suit you. I love this idea. I think this is like the best out of everything in this presentation. I feel like this could get translated to every game because it's just like such a cool, it would be good for the movies and also just like, fuck, dude, that's disgusting. Because like you would kill somebody and then you could like drag their body and drop them in the cache. But that's going to be so energy like consuming that it makes more sense to just like hack off their head, put it in a bag and carry it. But that's also going to be like, you know, then you could have something in the movies where like a bear's attacking you and you're on the way to mid, but to distract the bear, you just get rid of the head and the bear eats the head. So now you don't get the item, but like you saved your life because you were carrying like meat for the fucking animals or something. I don't know. It's just such a good, I feel like it's such a good twist. Oh, then we go, any questions about that? That's that games. I think that one, I don't know which one I like better. Which one do y'all like better? I feel like the Fallout games would be like way scarier. The fucking Lifelink one is like a cool idea, but I think the second one's like fucked. The second one's like, damn, dude, you're gonna have people that are roaming around collecting people's heads to try and fucking cash them in mid so they can get good items. Because if you get night vision, bro, you would be like fucking set. Like, that would be awesome. Or you could have counters. Bro, imagine in the movies somebody has night vision and you have a flare gun. And if you've ever worn night vision goggles, light with night vision is so bright. So you just like shoot a flare right into their face and now they're blinded. You know, oh my God. Like, it would just be cinema. Anyways, I have honorable mentions. Literal Hunger Games. Not enough food for anybody to survive. Short games, people eat each other. Cannibalism. I didn't really flesh this idea out, but it's like, hey, there's gonna be food, but it's like not enough for anyone to survive. There's like no real big game. There's not really animals that are like out and about. It's kind of like a few berries and maybe like squirrels and stuff that could like sustain you for a few days, but like most people would starve to death in like 2 weeks. So you're on like a ticking time bomb. This game would be like 3 days long. 3 days long, or people are going to start eating each other. And that's really when it gets like, you know, fucked or interesting, depending on how you see it. Random number 2, OP games. You remove mid. So you don't spawn at a cornucopia. You kind of spawn randomly around the map, equal distance to each other. And you are given the best 3 items that are suited for your survival needs. You don't get to choose them. They're just given to you. So you'll come up from the spawn in front of you. There are 3 things that are really good for you. You know, so if you're somebody that's like strong and combat intensive, you're going to get a weapon, you know, maybe something to start a fire and like food. If you're good at survival or like tech stuff, you might be given like wiring kits and base like, you know, copper stuff that you're able to use. Like, it really depends. And you got to think, why would they give me these items? What is the reasoning behind this? Sleep deprivation games. This is kind of like the Russian sleep experiment creepypasta. There would constantly be just an invisible gas in the entire arena that you can't smell, but it makes it impossible to sleep. So not only are you not sleeping because you're nervous, you're physically unable to sleep. So it's like the first 2 to 3 days are very normal. You're just tired, you know, but you can't sleep. And then after that, it gets more interesting because you just start fucking hallucinating. I also included an image of somebody yawning. So if you wanted to gauge, you know, maybe this guy's a little eepy. That's how you would feel. And then the shroom games. You just give everybody copious amounts of hallucinogens. You never stop. Like as they're coming up, you just give them you just stick an acid tab to their back, you know, and you just go, good luck, bang. And then you fucking send them out so that everybody's freaking out, you know. Probably some very interesting interactions there if everybody's just tripping the whole time. I think that might be it. That's all. What are we thinking, chat? What are we thinking? I feel like I came up with some pretty good fucking ideas. I didn't spend crazy amounts of time on it, but I will say the last 3 days, I've just been every other hour, I'm just damn, what else would be? Oh my God, I have one more idea. I thought of it today. I thought of it today. Secret Assassin. Kind of like the game that people play senior year in high school. You would start the game with the name of somebody that you're supposed to kill. And if you kill them, you get crazy loot. So then you're kind of hunting people and also constantly being worried that the person that has you is either dead or alive. I feel like that's just, even better. You'd have somebody that's just constantly looking for you. And the rule would be it's not the other person in your district. That would be the one thing that you would know to give you some sort of safe feeling. Like, it's not, if you're District 5, it's not the other person in District 5 and they don't have you. You know, Hunter x Hunter. I haven't seen Hunter x Hunter. Is that what it is? But that's what it would be. What are our thoughts? Do we like them? It has to. What if there's 4 people, last 4 people, they both kill the other partner and then there's no winner? It would see the exact moment the other person's heart stopped. So the only way that would happen is if you're saying for lifelink, there's 2 teams of 2, they shoot each other with an arrow in the heart at the exact same time and die at the exact same time. That is the only way. And that's mathematically impossible for a human to calculate. Even then, somebody's heart would stop before somebody else. So that wouldn't happen. It has to loop back in general purpose of the games, punishment for rebelling of the districts. It has to loop back to the premise of the games, punishment for rebellion. What do you mean, bro? What do you mean? Like, what would I have to add? What would I have to add? Punishment for rebellion? I think having to cut your friend's head off and bring it to a fucking cornucopia so you could get good loot is probably pretty good punishment for your parents rebelling thousands of years ago, 100 years ago, whatever it fucking was. Have you watched The Maze Runner? Yes. Aren't you dead only after your brain stops working? Oh my God. It would be off your heartbeat. It would be off your heartbeat, but it would be like a true measure of death. It's not like you just passed out, your heart stopped, and then you got brought back, right? It's not somebody going into anaphylaxis and then being brought back to life. Like, that's not going to happen. Oh my God, another off the dome, the allergy games. All 24 contestants have unknown allergens that they're deathly allergic to, and they're in the cornucopia is just a bunch of items that everybody's allergic to. And so you're just grabbing stuff and just fucking throwing it at them. Just being like, what are you allergic to? Peanuts, gluten. What else? Alpha-Gal, what do you have? No, that would be unfair. The peanut games, everybody's just allergic to peanuts. No. Cats, dairy, there's just a cow in the middle. You're like, what does this apply to? Trying to figure it out. Latex, yeah, there's just gloves. Oh, God. That would be terrible. That would take so long to try and, because everybody would just run away. Then you would just have to grab a bunch of items and try and kill them. Shellfish. All right. Well, that's my presentation for my Hunger Games. I could probably come up with more ideas in the future, but that was just now. The Vitals Fried, Key, Duh, The Knight, Sly, Scully, Fear, Dub, Oscar, Luck, Only, Hosea for the sub. I'm so for the 1,000 buddies. Ask you a while ago about vaping, how to quit. I quit for a month, ended up falling back into it. I felt depressed around 2 years ago. I lost a girl I had my first kiss with, and lonely because I don't have any friends I don't have any friends to be around, and it made me feel unloved by the ones around me, but I also learned that we share the same birthday. I'm going to be 18 when that day hits. Well, happy birthday early for you because we have the same birthday, but I'm sorry that you've been going through some stuff, dude. I hope that you're feeling better, and I'm sorry that you fell back into vaping. Arc for the 3. If I bring a charred head from burning somebody alive, does that count to get a reward? It would be their skull. The meat and the bones wouldn't need to be there. It would be their bone. Like, it would need to be a 70. Oh, we would have to have that as a rule. Because what if you missed a bone fragment? Like, what if I hit him in the head with a hammer and part of his brain chips off? It would have to be 75% of their skull still in the cache. Their head could be burned off. You could eat their eyeballs, whatever. It's just, you need to bring their head in some form of intact, capabilities. How do you prove it was that person? They're fucking watching you. What do you mean? Like I'm going to keister somebody's skull and bring it to the games? How do I prove that it's their head? What? You're getting fucking thrown into the Hunger Games. There's cameras on you constantly. They're going to see you fucking chop somebody's head off and bring it over. What are they going to fucking interrogate you and be like, did you bring this from home? This isn't somebody else. Whose head is this? CJ, Kevin, and Angel for the sub. Sebastian for the sub. BB and Tristan for the sub. Ask for the 3. Top 0.1% of your VOD viewer on the channel. 690 of your videos. Your channel is the top 5 of VOD view channels of YouTube recap. Awesome. Jug for the sub. Thank you for the support. Fam, Riley, Veer, I'm so, Mr. Soft Taco for the 2 subs. Joe's and Jug for the sub. We see for the sub. 510. Thank you for the 3. Joe's for the 3. You should play Resident Evil 2 sometime. Throwing has tons of problems. So like 5 to 6 hours to complete. Maybe. CJ and Kev for the sub. If you have any videos you haven't watched, games you have to play, chat videos, search type, search tab. Now it's time for reacts. Tomorrow, noon to 3, SMP. 3 to 6, charity stream. Hunger Games event, Toys for Tots. Maybe some other SMP after, / maybe a bit of the Streamer Awards. Probably not going to watch all the Streamer Awards tomorrow. Sunday reacts at 2. Monday SMP at 4:30. Tuesday not live. Wednesday horror / random games / Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare 2. Thursday reacts and random games. Friday next week not live. Next Saturday random games and the SMP. Let's lock in here, chat. First video of the day. Probably not going to be able to watch all these videos, by the way. Well, one of these two we have to pick. We'll see. We might save What If the Minions Served Hitler During World War II for another day. That might be a Sunday watch. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Pulling over the police doesn't end well.
An officer pulls to the curb for a civilian following behind, honking their horn and flashing their lights constantly. After the civilian passes, the officer initiates a traffic stop. The insanity that follows is something the officer could have never expected.
The reason I stopped you is because you were honking at me and following at an unsafe distance?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Okay, do you have your driver's license on you?
I sure don't.
I sure don't. What is he just... Did he have a bad day and now he just wants to rage bait a cop? You're probably allowed to honk at a cop, but you're not allowed to, like, spam honk / recklessly drive behind them. Have you ever seen the videos of when, it'll be somebody behind a cop at a stoplight, and right when it turns green, they fucking just lay on the horn? Risky maneuver. I've done it to my friends. I don't think you would have to pay me absurd amounts of money to do that to a cop. I wouldn't care. You would just do it. Would you guys do that? That would worry the fuck out of me. I've done it to a cop. You've sat behind a cop at a red light, and right when it turns green, just fucking lay on the horn. They're pulling you over. I feel like the average cop's gonna be like, yeah, let me see if this guy's tail light's out.
23 com, who's that come back to?
You better call your chief right now, you
That's not very nice.
Oh my god. Is he like drunk or something? What the fuck made him get so angry at the cop? Bro, she just pulled you over because you were fucking tailing her.
Well, I have the right to pull you over. You were on the phone and you were doing something wrong.
So you were trying to pull me over?
Did you not see the lights flashing?
Okay. Sounds good.
Oh my god, is he on like drugs? Did you not see the lights flashing? Oh, because he was blinking his high beams? I saw you were texting and driving.
Get your chief down here now.
I have seen cops do that. Like, literally, you turn your head, they're, like, to the right of you on a highway, just, like, texting on their phone.
He's not coming.
Or just speeding like crazy.
And you're not free yet. I'm sorry, comm center, can you go ahead?
Your chief is coming down here, whether I got called him or your fat ass is bringing them down here.
And I'm not sure if I asked for another one, but I'll take one. He's
Yo, nice Pathfinder, buddy. Is this Elise?
refusing to identify
She just keys the car.
himself.
I'm asking for your supervisor.
Supervisor can come down, but not my chief.
Your supervisor's gonna come here.
Okay.
Because you have no business pulling me over.
Okay. But you were trying to pull me over.
I didn't do nothing wrong. I was behind you. Can you determine from
This is making no fucking sense. Do you think he's sober? I don't think he actually wanted to pull her over. I think he was like, let me annoy this cop for an extended period of time and see how long it takes for her to fucking get mad. Like, I'm assuming he thought he was just going to drive away in like 5 minutes.
Here's what's safe, because this says right here that may appear to be closer than...
10-4, do we have any recent contacts?
You see, I wasn't actually I wasn't actually far or I wasn't no sorry, I wasn't close to you. But if you look in the mirror right now, it says objects may be farther away. No, that's actually not true. I'm not making sense right now because what he said didn't make sense. He's saying that she thought he looked closer because the mirror. But in mirrors, you look further away, right? No. He's not. You're stuttering? I know! Because I was trying to make a joke, but what he said didn't make any sense. When you look in a rearview mirror, do things look further away or closer than they are? It's further. He's saying, I only look like I was riding your ass because your rearview mirror. But your rearview mirror makes everything look further away. It's not closer. It's not closer. Why would they need to inform you of that? Chat, it's further. The objects in the rear view look further than they appear. Oh my God, it's closer. My life is a lie. My life is a lie. So what he's saying is right. Objects in the mirror are wait, no, I'm right. I'm right. Objects in mirror are closer than they appear. So they appear further. We're miscommunicating here, chat. We're all on the same wavelength right now. We're on the, no. Listen. You're saying that they're closer. I'm saying they appear further. We're saying the same thing in different fonts. Okay? No, we're saying the same thing. No. We're saying the same thing. That's AI? It's not AI. Why would that be AI? So what is he saying? Oh my God, why am I so confused?
Because this says right here that may appear to be closer than C.
10-4, do we have any recent...
No, C's wrong. May appear to be closer. He's lying. That's the exact opposite of what it says.
contacts with it?
Stand by.
I'm lost. When you're driving a car and you look in the rearview mirror, something that is 30 feet away might look 60 feet away. It's actually closer than they appear. His dumbass is saying, I wasn't actually tailing you, officer. I only look like I was because your mirror made it seem that way, when it does the exact fucking opposite. Okay, why am I getting angry?
Confirming you said one failing to identify.
10-4, the driver is.
10-4.
Scream for help. Get out of the car and scream for help.
The driver is talking to his own child who's also in the vehicle.
Oh my God.
To his own child who's also in the vehicle.
Start screaming for help.
He's now got his child stepping out of the car to scream for help.
What a terrible dad.
Bud, you don't have to do that.
Okay, he's going to do it.
Hey, but you don't have to listen to your dad right now. Oh.
Help! 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 He's actually requesting a supervisor now, if one is available.
This is the weirdest body cam video I think I've ever seen.
It's not your supervisor.
Nope, he's on his way.
Okay.
We could just sit here and wait.
He's on his way. What do you think, he's gonna fucking teleport here? Where's your supervisor? I don't know, I pulled you over a minute ago.
For him.
Ooh, this guy means business. You could tell he's the supervisor. Look at that walk. Big dog. Big dog just arrived. He about to kick some shit in.
Because you were doing something illegal. I wasn't. I was behind you.
Okay.
Honking my horn at you is not illegal. I'm allowed to honk my horn all I want.
Okay. Sounds good.
He's still screaming. What the fuck? Dude, can the cops not be like, yo, kid, don't listen to your dad right now. What the fuck is happening? What is the plan?
Sir, do you want me to explain the law to you? Or do you want my supervisor to?
The law that I was honking my horn at?
No, that you have to identify.
Oh my God! Wait, no, that's not the supervisor. That's not the supervisor. I was dead wrong.
I had committed a crime, which I have not.
I feel like he's just the fellow officer on the scene.
Only if I had committed
Damn, yo, somebody make that guy the supervisor. He got an aura walk to him.
a crime, which I have not done.
I told you the reason.
No, that's not a crime. Honking the horn at you is not a crime. You do realize that, right?
You're just getting yourself more tickets.
What law is honking the horn at you?
Okay.
What law, you dumb fat is honking the horn at you?
So the tickets I'm going to give you is for following too closely and unlawful use of horn are the two ones. That's furthering my reason for the ticket. And then if you don't...
Wouldn't that be a disturbing the peace, actually? Because if you, like, I understand what he's saying where he's like, I'm allowed to use my horn, but following too closely is illegal. And if it's like, dude, there's homes here. Like, he would just get arrested for just being a nuisance.
Give me your driver's license.
I'm waiting for your supervisor. Once I ask for your supervisor, you're done.
But they always do this in body cam videos where they're like, yo, bring me your supervisor. Do they think, like, the vibe just changes when the supervisor shows up and they're like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry she was mean to you, sir.
You're supposed to go wait in your vehicle until he comes.
Okay. I don't have to wait. And I'm not going to. I'm going to wait right here.
How long would it take for, like, the horn to run out? Or, like, break? If he just held that down. Hours? No. I feel like it'd be like a minute. Years? Now we're Googling it. This has somebody's answered this question. If you hold down a car horn nonstop, when does it break? It'll eventually kill the battery. Depends how fast. Ooh, voice crack. Cheap horns might overheat in under a minute. Good ones drain the battery, potentially lasting hours or until it's too weak. So it'll just get more faint.
Is it going to be funny when I tell the judge that I was following behind you honking the horn because you were doing something wrong? And I just had a conversation with the day officer yesterday that says that I have the right to do something.
Yo, I feel bad for the kid, bro. Like, this is his dad. Like, this is just, like, this is like I feel like this is like an everyday thing. Because the kid wasn't like, what? He was like, the dad went, go, just step out of the car and start screaming for help. And he was just like, okay. And just did it. Like, not questioning his dad being like, yo, what? This is not normal.
Oh, I know who you are.
Yeah, you dumb.
Okay, perfect. I know who he is. I'm gonna go back to my squad real quick and get some
I
tickets.
got 3 people now. What are they doing, bro? Just like, I feel like these two are just standing here.
You can't let me tickets. I asked for your supervisor, you fat ass.
I'm recording. So, what's the stop for?
I feel like one of the cops should just go and intimidate him, you know? Pull one of these. I haven't blanked. I haven't.
So I was going down Church Street, and he was flashing his lights at me and following like this close. I turned here, he's blaring his horn at me, so I pulled over. He got a 100 me, and I pulled him over for following too close. And to see if he was in distress. He's failing to identify himself. I just happened to know because Kim had said she dealt with.
All right, let's take our bets. Do you think that they get in a physical altercation by the end of this video? Yes. I think this will end with someone like him running, somebody chasing him and then either a fist being thrown or a taser.
Somebody who is very uncooperative, and I think it's him. Can I take him to jail for not identifying himself?
We know who he is.
Ow.
So
I'm gonna give him an obstruction.
Nah, I know she's trying to be a dick, but I feel like it's valid. She's like, can we take him to jail for not identifying himself? Because he's being an asshole, bro.
Ticket
yeah.
and following too close.
Yeah, if you wanted to start working on those, and we'll get him out of here.
This fat yesterday was on the phone with me yesterday, and that's why she's here now.
Hey, Joe. What's up, man? I'm the supervisor. You want to talk to somebody?
Yes. Can I get
What's
out
going
for a
on?
second?
Just stay put. I can talk to you right here.
Okay. I was coming off of Ellis Street.
Oh my god, he has to be like inebriated, bro.
This dumb came off of fucking Main Street, had no blinker on when she made the turn. She was as well on her phone. I followed her down the road because I talked to somebody yesterday that made it very clear that if I had a problem with one of the officers, that I can most definitely make a complaint about it.
Okay.
So I was
Yeah, that's usually where you call in and complain about an officer, not just follow them and lay on your horn for 5 minutes.
following her down the road to figure out who she was.
Joe, can I speak to your supervisor? Yeah, hold up. Hey, how's it going? What can I do for you? What's the problem we have today? Oh, okay.
And I was flashing my light and honking my horn.
One cheeseburger, ban that guy.
Were
And
you
now she
behind
thinks-
her or in front of her?
Ban that guy.
I was behind her.
Okay.
And now she thinks she has the right to give me a ticket for honking my horn. I got every right to honk my f***ing horn.
How close were you to her?
I was a car lengths behind her.
Okay.
She swerved and hit the f***ing curb like a dumb bitch with her car over here.
Why he's making fun of my alpha gal?
Yeah, so he could go around.
Hit the f***ing curb like a dumb
Oh, he's making fun of my client's alpha gal. Sorry.
bitch with her car over here.
Yeah, so he could go around me.
And I was nowhere close to being
Don't actually ban him.
in by her. Did I drive any closer to anybody else than I do any other day in the world?
Asking his kid to back him up. Dude, I have like really good driving. You know I'm a good driver, right? You know, like normally when you're like whenever you look up from like your iPad and shit, like you see that I'm like obeying traffic laws. Like he knows what the rules of the road are.
So,
Bro, when I was that young, when I was like 7 years old, we could be 5 blocks away from where I live, and it was like I was in a different universe. It was like I was in a different universe. Before I even knew how to drive, I was like lost. Like getting one place to another. Yo, you never have to know. You just sit in the car and you teleport. You don't need to know directions.
here, so I didn't see exactly what happened, but she says you're following too close behind her.
What
She
is too
stops it
close?
for that.
No, that's not what she stopped me for.
Yo, okay, I gotta say, side conversation, people, I don't know, maybe it's just New Jersey. People on highways fucking drive like maniacs, bro. Not even just like Jersey slide shit. I'm saying in general, we'll be going 80 miles an hour on a fucking highway, and somebody's actually 6 feet behind me. If we're going down a rural road and the speed limit's 25 miles an hour, that's fine. But if I'm going 80 and you're 6 feet behind me and I tap my brakes, you're almost hitting me. Like, the fuck, dude. And I'll slam. The other day, I'm driving on the highway. I slam on my brakes because somebody else slams on their brakes. The car behind me slams and pulls off the road so they don't hit me. Like, they pull into the grass. They don't crash, but then they get back on the road. I'm like, dude, just stop tailing me. We're both getting to the same place at the same fucking time.
She
For
said I was
flashing your lights or what?
She said I was honking my horn at her because I was trying to get her to stop. I was not following too closely.
Okay.
Can you guys prove it? What is the law when it follows too closely? What does the mirror say when you read that? What does that say? If you guys are so smart. Objects in mirror appear closer than they
It
are.
has nothing to do with what it says on the
Yeah,
mirror.
it does. It is a lawful
Listen.
statement.
Objects in the mirror appear closer than they are isn't true. What? Objects in the mirror may be closer. He's reading it wrong. He's reading it wrong. No. Chat. He's reading it wrong. I'm not getting over this.
Closer than
Objects in mirror appear closer than they are. That is the opposite of what it says. Objects in the mirror may be closer than they appear. He can't fucking read. He can't fucking read. This is why it says 40% of the fucking U.S. American adults are illiterate, because he has the reading level of a fucking third grader. Objects in the mirror appear closer than they are. That he's saying that they look closer than they are. It's saying the opposite. Objects in the mirror may be closer than they appear. Meaning they look further than they are.
they
It
are.
has nothing to do with what it says in the
Yeah,
mirror.
it does. It is a
Why are the cops not saying this back to him? Nobody understands. I feel like I'm in fucking, I feel like I'm crazy. I feel like I'm crazy right now. You're wrong. I feel like I'm fucking losing my mind. I know I'm not wrong. I know I'm not wrong. Objects in the mirror are closer than they appear. That's what it says.
awful statement on there.
Why do you always have to be so confrontational when you deal with us?
Because you guys,
Why do-
listen,
Oh, he does this often?
Why?
this is about transparency. I have been being harassed by my neighbors time after time again, and you guys allow it to happen. This called me yesterday harassing me, and then now she's pulling me over because she's breaking the law. And you guys want to write me a ticket because you don't want to sit in front of a judge in front of
For
one of your...
what? Talking on her cell phone?
Is it against the law to be using electronic devices while operating a vehicle? Is it against the law in the state of Wisconsin?
Not to talk on your cell phone like this. No, it is not.
Since when is it not to be on your phone?
In a construction zone, it is. If you're on your phone like this, you can be hands-free in a construction zone, but you can be on your cellular device talking on the phone like this. That is not illegal. Okay, for us or for anybody driving, unless you're in a construction zone.
Okay.
Okay, so if she's on her cell phone,
I don't care what
she
you guys
can be
are
on there
doing.
talking.
Anytime you guys are doing something wrong, this is what it's going to be. And if you guys are going to try to pull me over and give me a ticket for doing something wrong, we can take it to court and we can make this a
Take it to court. You're going to fucking small claims court. You're going to pay a lawyer. You're going to fucking pay a lawyer to get, what, fucking $500 out of this? You're going to pay a lawyer so you don't have to pay a ticket. You're going to spend more on the lawyer than if you just fucking paid the ticket.
You're right.
Madison.
That's your right to take it to court, Joel. Just like you took that disorderly conduct ticket to court when we dealt with you down at
This
school.
dumb bitch literally
Listen,
said in front of my kids
It ain't
that
gonna do you any good
I
argument.
don't give a dude. What are you going to do? Not a thing. Because obviously you're letting this fat do what the she wants anyways.
She's just doing her job.
No, she's
if
not.
you don't agree with it, you can argue
How
in
is
court.
she doing her
We're not going to
job?
argue
What
out
is the
here.
law when it comes to traveling too closely in the city? In the
Following
city.
at an unsafe, unreasonable distance
And
where you
which
wouldn't have
is?
time to brake.
Oh, so when that fat hit the curb back there, I didn't have time to go around her?
I don't know. I wasn't here.
Ask that fat she hit the curb.
I can ask her. What's
Bro, he keeps calling her fat. Like, she's not fat, and you're also not in that great of shape, big dog. You look like, bro, what? You look like an average, like, he's acting like he's like Arnold. Like, you're, like, dude.
what difference is
You're a very normal guy at, like, judging other people's body types.
it going to make?
Because that proves that I wasn't close enough to hit her, because when she hit the curb, then I would have hit her with it.
Oh my God! And then he's gonna pull away, and he's gonna tell his kids, he's gonna be like, "Gee, this is why the cops in this city suck."
Not?
Fight in court, Joe. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you all day. Okay?
Oh, yeah, because you're a
So-
fucking dumb, fat, worthless piece of shit.
Hang tight until she's done, and then you're free to go after that.
Giving me no tickets to the window.
Well, we're going to give them to you, so. Yeah, I can't hear you either, bud.
Dumb piece of shit.
If you know what's good for you, you'll stay in your car and wait till we're done.
Did I break the law?
Okay? So stay put. Don't make this any worse than it has to be, Joel.
What are you going to do about it?
Stop.
I dare any one of you dumb to try to put your hands on me.
Just stop. You don't.
Yo, what is with people and threatening cops where they have weapons? Like, this is the dumbest shit. Yo, I dare any one of you to put your hand on me. Meanwhile, they all have a gun holstered on their hip. They have a taser and a fucking stick. Like, dude, you're cooked if you try to fight them.
Want to have to?
No, you started this. You're allowing your
I didn't
officer.
start anything.
No, I was behind your fat f***ing officer.
If you be quiet and give us a minute, we'll be done here.
No, there's no
He just keeps saying the same thing, too. Like, I mean, I feel like there's got to be a better... Dude, the whole book of insults, you just keep calling her fat.
f***ing minute, you dumb
Well, whatever, Joel. Obviously, we're not going to come to any sort of agreement here. So, yeah, if you continue to do it.
Why don't we just take it to DC at this point?
What's that?
Take him to jail for DC.
Okay.
See, I feel like that's what I like. At some point, it's like, dude, you're just being so annoying. We have to arrest you.
Stop, Joel.
Me to unlock the car, or I will smash that window open.
Oh, that would be bad for the lease.
For what?
Get out.
For what?
Step out, Joel.
Disorderly conduct.
Disorderly conduct? A ticket?
Was gonna be a ticket, but now it's not.
Joel, you make this stuff worse, dude, by the way
Dude,
you
you guys
act.
did this. This fat called me yesterday.
Just
Here we
stop.
go.
Joel, knock it off.
She got me by the throat.
On me.
She's got me by the throat. Stop. She's got me by the throat.
Come on.
She's got me by the throat.
Joel.
She's got me
Nobody's even touching his throat.
by the throat. She's
Joel.
got me by the throat.
Stop.
She's got me by the throat.
Okay.
Dude, you're on a camera.
She's got you by the.
Oh.
She's got me by the throat.
Joel, nobody's got you by the throat.
She's got me by the throat.
Joel, you need to...
Dude, you guys are
Listen.
doing this over nothing.
We're gonna do another search.
Dude, you're
Let
letting
them-
Like, bro, why? Bro, he could have just drove home. Like, he started all of this.
You're over
me out.
pushing their boundaries.
No, I'm not.
For what?
You're the one
What?
that's being the jerk out here.
Why?
We're not doing anything.
How am I
here.
being a jerk?
Because the way you're acting.
Dude, I just got pulled over for nothing.
It's not for nothing, Joel. She explained to you why she pulled you over. You just don't agree with it. That's the problem.
Is that side good?
So is it this going to be lawful by a judge that you guys are arresting somebody for
You'll have your
honking
day in
their
court.
horn?
You'll have your day in court.
All right, let's go.
Wait until I find where you are.
That's a threat. That's a threat. That's a threat. That's another one. That's ticket number 4.
Push me again.
Knock it off. Come on, Joel.
It's resisting arrest. It's like,
Well, she's f***ing pushing me, dude.
You don't gotta push us back.
I f***ing tripped on my foot.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
You're lying.
Stop f***ing me.
Battery to law enforcement too.
No, stop f***ing hitting me.
Joel, get in the car.
They're punching me.
No, we're not. Sit down. Get your feet in now.
does he not know that body cams exist? I feel like this is a good maneuver in like 1980. But even then, dude, they didn't. 1980, people didn't give a fuck. Now, yeah, people care, but it's like, dude, nobody's hurting you. Like 1980 pre-body cam, you could be like, they're punching me. Even then, though, people would be like, yeah, the cop's punching you. People just wouldn't care. Now people care, obviously, for good reasons, because there are cops that are bad. But it's like, every single one, there's 5 cops that are all wearing body cams.
Feet in.
Stop.
Put your feet in.
Joel,
There's my throat.
No, we're just trying to get you in the car.
Nope, that's on camera.
It is.
That was my throat, you dumb.
get in. Put your feet in, Joel.
No.
No.
Stop, dude.
Then put your feet in.
Stop.
We don't want to have to.
Ooh, he got those blue jeans, probably from Old Navy.
Feet in.
Stop.
We don't want to have to pull you
Dude,
in.
you guys are harassing me.
Joel, slide in your feet, please.
Dude, I will headbutt you.
Do it. See what happens.
Run,
That was a niche joke. Only like 3 people in chat probably understood that.
dude.
You want me to tease him?
You're about to get tased, dude.
Dude, I'm gonna. I want my kid.
Jesus Christ.
Roll my window down so I tell my kid to
Child not cooperating. Why are they detaining the kid?
stop. I'm trying to tell my kid to stop. Roll my window down.
No.
I'm going to tell him to stop. You're hurting
No.
him. He has disabilities. Stop. I'm going to sue you.
Well, I feel like the kid's probably resisting because you were resisting. So now the kid's going, oh, I got to do the same thing my dad did.
Sue you stupid.
En route to the jail.
I mean, that's like a word for word kids just modeling what their parents do.
think
It's a child? No, I'm not mad at the child. I'm saying, like, that's the dad's fault for being an ass for a half hour. And then now his kid's just going to do the same thing.
the judge is going to be very happy this all started over honking my horn?
I don't
You
know.
think my lawyer's going to be happy with that?
I
Because I can tell you right now, it's not.
don't know. Okay.
An
Hold up. Brooke asked if I want anything from the store. Watermelon, if it's good. If it's bad, no watermelon. Matt and the for the sub. Zura, Mr. and Shmeek for the sub. Natty for the 5. Have you heard Hey June's music? No. Creeper, Sleepy Natty, Nap, Arizona for the 3. Subphone for the Rage Bay. Apollo, Sticks. Eatable, Hobbit for the sub. Oh my god, is that Sticks Fix? Dude, I haven't seen you in forever. Adder, thank you for the 5. When streaming, is it more of a character you put on or an amplified version of yourself? Depends on the bit. Right now, just me. We're just yapping. But, I mean, if we're playing like a video game, might be a bit. Or if it's like, you guys are really pissing me off. There's instances. It depends, you know? I'd say most of the time it's not, like, most of the time it's just amplified me. Zombie and Don't for the sub, Amuse for the sub, TLZ for the 1,000 buddies. Came from YouTube, ran out of videos to watch so much better. People need to come to Twitch. Thank you. Amelia Big and Konas for the sub. John, Lancer, Okai, MX, and Dark, thank you for the 3. They appear closer, but they're actually further. So somebody that looks 30 feet is actually 30 feet away is actually 60 feet away. No. 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 It's the opposite. I'm getting rage baited. I am getting rage baited right now. I'm not doing this. I'm not having a fucking... They appear closer, but actually further. Something that looks 30 feet away is actually 60 feet. No, something that's actually 60 feet away looks... No. Something that's 30 feet away is... Something that looks 30 feet away is actually 60 feet away. No. Something that is 30 feet away looks 60 feet away. It's the opposite. Okay, Arc for the sub. Tab for the sub. Corey for the 3. Test it. Don't test it because you're going to hit a car. Test it in a driving sim. Test it in a driving sim. Fucking look in the rearview mirror and go, oh, they look like they're about 5 feet behind me. You're going to nail right into them. They're right behind you. They're right behind you. They're directly behind you. They look further than they are. Corey for the 3. Possum Secret Stash merch idea. I'm going to do that next, probably. Binks and Jingle for the sub. Dimension for the 1,000 biddies. Autobiography, part of a bachelor thesis, focused on philosophy, spirituality. Mentioned you in the paper. That's awesome. Nathan Bull for the sub. Joe's for the 3. Ryder, Intel, Ethan for the sub. Observe for the 3. Favorite music artist right now? Don't really have one. A-Cow and Matt and for the sub.
officer remained with Joe's child until his grandmother arrived to pick him and the vehicle.
AI said further. Why are you asking ChatGPT? Just what? I mean, that is just a fucking telltale sign that society's fucked. Go outside and look at your fucking rear view mirror. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? You just asked ChatGPT whether or not... What? What? Go look in a mirror.
Joe was charged with resisting obstructing an officer, disorderly conduct, and battery to a law enforcement officer. While the suspect never sued over this matter as promised, court records indicate the suspect has been repeatedly sued in court for injunctions against abusive conduct, failing to pay rent, repeated issues of failing to pay
Failing to pay rent, failing to pay child support.
Disputes over child paternity, failing to pay rent, and civil evictions.
So did he not have custody of his kid?
In both 2023 and 2024, the suspect was prohibited against engaging in conduct or contact with certain victims he had previously targeted. The suspect also has an extensive
He's a restraining order on him? What, from cops?
criminal history, listing dozens of suspected misdemeanor and felony charges. In the incident presented in the body cam,
Since 2005, he gets like fucking 6 charges a year.
misdemeanor and felony
Oh my god.
charges. In the incident presented in the body cam, the suspect
Joe B. Chat, shut up.
ultimately pleaded guilty to resisting or obstructing an officer twice. The
I was 3 years old in 2005.
matter was fully adjudicated
I was 3 years old in 2005.
last month, and he was sentenced to 12 months of probation, required to write a letter of apology, attend anger management, and work to obtain full-time employment.
In a society obsessed with standing up for yourself, why do so many people
I always love the cameo from Officer John.
confuse self-advocacy with public tantrums? And then this guy actually goes and uses his own child to instigate an already bad police interaction. Some people don't wake up wanting peace. They actually wake up looking for conflict, like it's oxygen and they're running out. And when you've been a cop long enough, you recognize it before they even speak a word because it's all in the eyes. What hit hardest wasn't the insults. Officers get called every name in the book, and some no one's even heard yet. What hit hardest was a child, because there's a special kind of heartbreak watching a child get taught that fear is a tool and disrespect is a strategy. Now, in my opinion, kids don't learn by lectures. They absorb behavior. And when a child watches their own father turn a traffic stop into a street corner performance, they don't see strength. They see and quickly learn instability, and they carry it into their lives, and it just continues on. Cops.
Wow, yo, this guy's like spitting right now at the end right now. Officer John. Start out with Officer John in the video. Why we put it at the end?
Never get to wait for harm to happen. If someone's ignoring lawful orders and flinging unstable emotion anywhere it'll stick, that's when intervention becomes duty. Now, I don't believe this guy even learned a lesson, but loud never equals right, and crazy never equals courage. And in this world, staying level-headed keeps you free, losing control gets you handcuffed, a record, and a judge deciding your future. Because loudmouths never win.
Wow. That was a fucking crazy video. Who's a kid with this whack job? Child needs to be removed from his car or from his care. Dude's unhinged. Well, I'm assuming that that kid's not in his care technically if he's paying child support. Maybe joint custody, but even then, do you pay child support on joint custody? I don't know the ruling on that. I know you pay child support if you don't have custody, you pay child support. If you do have custody, you don't. I don't know about joint custody though. I think that would probably depend. It would depend on the primary residency, I would assume. I'm not sure, though. Because I have friends that have I had friends that grew up joint custody. I grew up with one. So, set for the sub right over the 3. Hope you have a great Christmas. God bless you and your family. Gio for the sub. Thank you. Corey for the 3. Auto show up an idea dead possum stash could look like. Is there any way I could show a mod? X Paula, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 5 gifted. You probably said to do it. To mod Clash and Lud for the sub. John, thank you for the 3. I'm not going to look at it right now, though. Don't want to brag. Top 4% of viewers. Something appear 2 different times because it contradicts. Well, thank you for the 3. And thank you for the support. Ryder and Intel for the sub. Ethan for the sub. Paula for the 5 gifted. Next video. Poor foster girl becomes overnight billionaire Dar Man. Wow. Nostalgia chat. Haven't watched a Dar Man video in forever.
No, I'm done. We're over.
What?
We're through. I need you out by the end of next week.
You can't do that. It's my house, too.
A house you don't pay rent on.
You think you could do better than me?
Damn. She said, you're broke ass. Don't pay rent. You ain't on the fucking lease, buddy. You ain't on the rental agreement. You're out.
You think you could find a guy who listens to all your silly little nightmares? No, you don't want a nice guy. Fine. I don't have to be a nice guy.
Dave, you're scaring me.
I did not do all this just to leave empty-handed.
That was so cringe.
Cindy.
That was so cringe. I don't have to be a nice guy. What am I watching? A TikTok from 2020? Holy fuck.
Happy birthday to us. Get here, please. Come on.
Cindy.
This is what you get for not listening.
Cindy. Hey. It's okay. It's just a nightmare.
Thanks. I'm sorry that I...
Oh, no. Don't apologize. What she did to you was terrible. Just know you...
She got fucking kidnapped and locked in a room? What the fuck?
You have me now. I'll always be here for you.
What is the backstory lore right now? Oh my god, does he switch up when she becomes a billionaire? Is this what is a Tubi movie? This is just like a Tubi movie.
How could someone as gorgeous as I am end up in a place like...
Yo, is there like a Dar Man verse? This might be a skip. Is there like a Dar Man verse? Like, or am I, is this from a previous episode? Who is this woman? And she's in jail talking to her sons?
It's all thanks
All right, we'll skip it. Bro, I want to watch a Darman video, bro, that's not ass. I feel like Darman videos now are just like random 20-minute segments that are just spliced together and then they just fucking title thumbnail. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god. Chat, if you have any videos you're able to watch games and play videos such as tab. Because my fucking god, dude. I feel like every Darman video in the last like 2 years is just like so confusing. Like, they don't make any sense. Whatever. Next. Logo for the sub. Matthias, the Ace, Matt, Rain, and Scott for the sub. The Minion video? Yeah, we'll have time for the Minion video now. Because we skipped the Darman. I visit mods, ban the guy that said the N-word. Why Horizon for the sub? I visited the Mole People Underground. They live with no sun. This is about, I think, the homeless population that's kind of like made their own city under Las Vegas.
There's approximately 200 miles underneath Las Vegas. There's approximately 200 miles of tunnel network. These tunnels have become a secret world for the so-called mole people. Anyway,
I don't understand how they have full setups in the, what are these called? Like water channels? I don't understand how they set up furniture and technology and shit down there, because whenever it rains, it floods so bad that some of them die. It never rains. No, look up videos. Bro, what is the name? It's the Las Vegas tunnels flooding. And it gets so bad that it's like waves of water. Las Vegas tunnels flooding.
The valley,
you know, may need
very well. Orange that flash.
Oh, that person's naked. Why is that in the... Can I just see like a fucking 30-second snippet, bro? Please. Flooding video. Here we go. Like, this is it starting. And all of that water is going to go into the ducts. Also, that person's car is going to be fucked. It's not even showing it going to the ducts. But it's like, or the tunnels or whatever they're called. So that's why it's so dangerous for them to live down there. Because it wasn't meant for homeless people. It's meant for like water escape travel. Because it's such a dry area that when like an inch of rain occurs, it's like a fucking tsunami.
It hasn't come out and seen the light of day in a long time. I don't know if I want to meet them. They might not be civil. These tunnels are 7 floors down.
We have any flashlights?
Hey. People turn gray down here. There are people out there that haven't seen the light of day and never will.
The city dazzles with luxury hotels, casinos, and endless entertainment. Millions of people visit.
Wow, they literally never come out? How many people live under Las Vegas? Do you think they have a stat on that? How many people live in the tunnels of Las Vegas? I would guess like a few thousand. 1,200 to 1,500 people live in the storm drain tunnels beneath Las Vegas. Some estimate the number is even higher. Wow. So that's like a small city.
Las Vegas.
Under Las Vegas.
Every year, but many don't know what exists just below this desert paradise. The endless darkness has slowly...
Yo, you're on crack. You think I'm walking in that tunnel pitch black? Would I pay some random guy that's going to give me a tour? Yeah, man, I'll show you the tunnels.
The way people think and behave.
I got shot in the head with a gun.
Somebody died right where we were standing last night.
Some of them were even born into this dark world. These people have no idea.
Oh no, there's like babies in there.
And they hide in these tunnels to stay away from the law.
The police radios and stuff would not work down here.
So what you're looking at is a map of the tunnels in Las Vegas. There's about 1,500 people that live in that system.
The tunnels have their own names, like neighborhoods, right?
Yeah.
Nobody on the street level knows what is going on.
Do you think the majority of the people that live in the tunnels under Vegas are people that went broke from gambling? Like, how did they even end up? Because it makes a lot of sense when there's, like, homeless people in Cali or certain big cities because it's, like, warm or there's just an influx of people. But, like, Vegas is in the middle of nowhere. right? Like, you don't become homeless and then go to Vegas. Like, there's a lot of people that become homeless and then move to California. Not move, but, like, start walking there or going there.
Underground.
Drugs? Yeah, because there's also, it is a big fucking, like, gambling / illegal activity hub, I guess.
We are about to dive
Relocated for a job.
deep into the tunnels, which are connected to many other tunnels. Let's descend into darkness, where these tunnel people have built their lives.
This is the Narcan, the nasal spray. So if you see somebody overdosing, you can hit them with this, and it'll bring them back. You get 30 minutes, you still have to call an ambulance. Super easy, pop it out, right in the nose.
We can't just walk in unless we're with Rob, who survived 5 years down here. The entrance is blocked with metal bars to stop people.
Why can't they go down without Rob? Because they would get, like, attacked. Like, they know Rob. Like, Rob's their in. He's, like, the middleman connection guy. So he used to live down here, and now Rob's out, like, he's not homeless anymore.
From entering, and to keep trash out during floods.
What is the worst thing that happened to you in tunnels?
Probably the flood that we had a few years ago when I lost 2 of my best friends.
The ground is...
Bro, see? Random flood, 2 of his friends died, and that's only the people that he knows. 1,500 people fucking live down here. People just drowning.
Las Vegas is extremely hard, so rainwater can't soak into the soil the way it normally would, to prevent flooding on the streets.
Oh, see, that's the type of video I was looking for.
These tunnels were...
Holy shit. Dude, literally thousands of gallons of water just... And you're, like, asleep. It's pitch black down there. You're fucking sleeping. You hear, like, water rushing. You don't even have time to run.
Built to direct water under the city. So when it rains, the water rushes straight into the tunnels where people are living. Even on a sunny day in the city, a rainstorm 15 miles away in the mountains can send a flood rushing down these tunnels in minutes. Every time this sudden disaster hits, people in this massive underground city lose their lives to drowning.
A lot of trash here.
We ran into Nate first. He warned us not to enter the tunnel.
Why do people go so far into the tunnel then? Like, why not hover kind of, because it's more safe, I guess, from, like, other people or other people that are living in the tunnel? Because, like, wouldn't you want to just live right on the outskirts of the tunnel so then you could get out?
I stay away from the deep parts of the tunnel.
Oh, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, this guy only hovers at the front.
What's the reason for that?
Just because the unknown. I don't know what's down there. It gets smaller and smaller as you get to...
Okay, the curiosity would kill me, though. Like, wanting to know what's in there and what, like, people have kind of, like, brought miles into these tunnels. Like, full setups. They got a couch, TVs.
You get to where you got to crawl.
Like, this guy, was that a fucking engine?
Crawl. From what I know, these tunnels are 7 floors down.
Dead bodies? You think there's dead bodies in there? Because nobody's going in there to clean it up. So if somebody dies, they're just in there. Because they're not sending, like, firemen or people down here to come fucking collect.
Imagine. There's rooms off in these tunnels, service rooms that anybody could be in there, you know. You'd be kidnapped, killed, tunnel hostage, burnt alive, it don't matter.
Whatever danger hides deep in the tunnels, Toby has faced it.
I'm back here in the dark, you know what I mean? Dark, dark.
What is the worst thing that happened to you down in these tunnels?
I got attacked one time, like 3 Cuban dudes. One of the guys came in my spot with the damn machete. He was one of the top dog dudes. But I handled my own, so I had a basket and I took it in there, threw it on its side, stuck poles in it, made one of them little Maltese cocktails. It's the only thing that saved me.
Anyone home, guys?
So he got into a fucking death fight in the middle of the tunnels when it was pitch black. Because 3 guys tried to, like, press him for his spot.
Territory.
Skinny Pete.
Anybody home?
Is that guy's name?
Do we have any flashlights?
I'll check to see if I got one in my bag.
See, that would scare the shit out of me. I would never go down here. I would want to see what's down here, but, like, you're just walking, it's pitch black, you shine. Yeah, that's from Breaking Bad. That's one of the dealers, right? You're fucking walking, it's pitch black, you shine your flashlight, and there's just a person stoically staring off into the distance, just. And they don't even, like, they see your light, they don't even fucking look at you. Oh my God.
Do we have any flashlights?
That's so scary. Dylan for the 5. VOD channel 0.1% of viewers. Dude, that's awesome. M and or for the 3 Shweeble for the sub, Joe B fan for the 5. Can you enable the social badge for your channel? You don't have to read it. It shows how many views you got for a clip. Your channel on TikTok. I don't even know how to, enable that. Is even 1,100 biddies. I'm not opposed to it though. Got my wisdom teeth removed. I'm grateful that you're streaming. Well, I hope you feel better and recover quickly. Gio for the sub, 9 for the 5. Email I got for the merch clearly states my hand-drawn no AI Carpe Diem shirt and keychain would arrive no later than 3 to 4 weeks. Whereas my no AI Carpe Diem sweatshirt and keychain 4 weeks was 2 days ago. Could you reach out to the Killer Merch support? If they don't respond, give me your order ID number and I will send it to them. I'm sorry that your sweatshirt is not arrived yet, but it is a pre-order. And they ship it after everything has been ordered. I also don't know where you live or if UPS is handling your order incorrectly. Y Horizon and Scuff for the sub, Loga, Matthias, The Ace, Matthias, Rain, and Xpala. Thank you for the 5 gifteds. I'm going to start making, like, I mean, I'm not doing another merch drop for a long time, but it's like, I got to start making announcements of like, hey, pre-order. Because like a lot, it's L scam. It's not a scam. People get really upset with me when their merch doesn't come in. I got to say, it's not Amazon, you know? It's stuff isn't on hand ready to go. It's like made by order in batches. I can't just pre-make thousands of dollars of merch and have it sit in a warehouse waiting for people to order it. So it's like when I make merch, the designs are there. They make a small batch and then you order it and they wait and then they make all of it and then send it out. And it's all coming from one place in Cali. There's not houses all over the world, right? There's not like warehouses just holding this stuff. So, TTV for the sub.
I'll check and see if I got one in my bag.
Well, reach out to support. If they don't respond, let me know your ID number and I'll send it to my manager. I want people to get their merch. I mean, you're not like worst case, it might take a while or you'll end up getting refunded. I don't know, but it's like. You're not getting scammed, man. I can promise you that.
Going good?
The woman, possibly under the influence of the substance, asked for Narcan.
If you actually know how to navigate, you can make it all the way underground in the tunnels without ever coming up to the surface. It can be done if you know the tunnel system well enough.
That is a fucking PC. How did they get that? And why is it a mile into the fucking tunnel? That is a disassembled PC. I don't even think the CPU's still on it. The GPU's missing.
So they're all basically connected.
Eventually, they are passageways.
For the most part.
Of course, the RAM's gone. Yeah, the RAM prices are crazy right now.
This labyrinth may not look like a home to you, but stepping into their spots without warning could get us into serious trouble. Some of them are armed, and don't hesitate to use it.
You can hear the cars.
You can hear it. Oh my God.
We're in the middle of the city right now, and they're literally driving over the heads of people that are living underground.
In one of the rarest points that we see sunlight.
Here it is, the city. A life they're not part of, only able to watch from the underground. It's kind of an illusion that hides everything.
Yeah, because you're kind of like stuck in... If you have no money and you're homeless in Vegas, you're not going to like leave Vegas, you know? I mean, maybe you get enough money to get like a bus ticket to go elsewhere, but it's like Vegas is in the middle of nowhere, near nothing that's like usable for homeless people.
Everything. A few steps.
I'm living there high key. I just wonder how they get like... Obviously, I mean, there is probably aid for homeless people there, but like I'm wondering how they get like daily food supplies, shelter, like clothing. Because, like, a lot of Vegas, yeah, they do have shops and stuff, but I feel like it's like a gambling hub.
Later, we saw the famous Caesar's Palace Hotel through the metal grate. Above, Nevada's casinos make over $15 billion a year. Below, people live in death traps of the city.
So twice a day, the hotel has dropped their filtration system, so that's why it hasn't rained in forever, but it's still wet.
Wait, what? Is the poop going down there?
The smell is very bad.
In certain tunnels, water flows in from the city's drainage system, and some people use it to take showers.
There are minutes.
Was that like a did somebody bring a hot tub down here?
Drainage system. In certain tunnels, water...
What is this? Somebody brought like a bath?
Water flows in from the city's drainage system, and some people use it to take showers.
There are many tunnels around here.
Yo, I would be like so nervous somebody would just come out of the shadows and fucking shank me. Like, he's just, you can't see anything beyond this, like, graffiti right here.
Without our guide, we cannot come here.
One wrong turn and you're lost.
Someone left a note, rest in peace, and there's a cross here. Apparently, someone has passed on this spot. A lot of bicycles.
He might build them and sell them.
Oh.
Because bikes are like cars out here. It's the only way of transportation. You have to have a bike to go anywhere, otherwise you have to walk all the time. It's a nightmare.
Walking inside the tunnels takes a lot of time, I guess.
Yes. I lived down here 2.5 years. I never used a flashlight.
How did you find your ways under the tunnels without flashlight?
Put my hand on the wall. And your memory.
Hand on the wall, memory? You don't think your eyes adjust? It's that dark that you can't fucking see anything?
You know where everything is in your tunnel. It's your house. It's exactly the same thing out here.
Is that Tony? Yeah.
When I heard a voice echo through the tunnel, it hit different. This dark, damp tunnel that gives me goosebumps is actually where some people feel the safest and live. Here he is. At first glance...
Yeah, like, he has a whole setup. Does he, like, is it just a full wipe reset when a flood happens? You know? Because, I mean, there's probably... He probably has some sort of knowledge of, like, when it's going to rain. But if it just randomly floods, does he just lose everything and then yeah, like somebody said rust wipe, actually. Like, I'm not trying to make a fucking video game reference, but it's like, it'd be like falling into lava in Minecraft. Like, you just lose all your items. Like, all this stuff. Look, he has a whole bed. He has crates, food items, shelving. Like, all that would just get swept away.
It looks like clutter, but to Tony, every single item is essential to his survival.
I've been in these tunnels for 6 years, and there has been times where we've had good people here, and it was a sense of community, but now we've got some people in here that don't give a shit about nothing but themselves. You know, just, they're bullies. Some asshole over
That's sad.
there started a fire because he's just a mean dude.
The fire didn't hurt Tony, but nearly took the life of his only companion, his cat.
This one right here.
Oh, yeah, I'm fucking scrapping, dude. You try to kill the cat? That's crossing a fucking line.
Burnt from the tip of her nose to the tip of her tail. 5 days later, she's still hanging in there, thank God.
So what is the toilet situation
Oh my God, this happened 5 days ago? Dude, that cat might die.
here?
We have certain areas that we go to the bathroom, and she's usually a 5-gallon bucket.
Yeah.
We put a bag in it. And, yeah.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Possibly right here. But I hope not. I don't plan on being here for the rest of my life.
I mean, how do you get out of that? He's been there for 6 years. He's been homeless for 6 years. How do you, like, you have to get a job and a place to live. How? In Vegas? Like, you're not getting hired.
I mean, I'm 57 years old. I'm getting old. I just haven't been ready.
I think the big worry is, yeah, like, if you're 57, like that one guy that was smoking a cigarette in the beginning, he looked like 60, 65. If you're that old, you have a health problem. Like, you can't go to a doctor. You can't go to a hospital. You're just, like, so you have a growth. Like, you can't even get it checked out. Like, nothing. It's, like, beyond just, like, oh, I don't have insurance, right? And, you know, you only go to an urgent care when you need, like, you don't even have money to go to a fucking urgent care. Like, you can't do anything.
After guiding
you have an infection, you're not getting antibiotics. You're just fucking toughing it out or dying.
10 minutes into the tunnel, Tony wanted to return to his spot. We handed him a week's worth of supplies and kept walking deeper into the tunnels.
And there's so much randomness that could happen. Anybody could just decide to come down that tunnel and steal from you or take your stuff or attack you and then disappear, and who would know, right? It's not like it's happening on the streets where you're laying there and somebody could see you and call the cops. Like, down here, it's like another layer, like not knowing what could ever happen. You could be peaceful now, come back in 2 hours, and the wrong person walks through and it could be hell, you know?
As we go deeper and deeper, the less we know about what...
Yeah, because it's so private that it offers safety, but also concern in that, like, nobody's around you. So if somebody wants to, like, walk past you and kill you, nothing's going to happen to them. Like, if you're a homeless guy on the streets in public, even if it's dark and cold outside and you're in a fucking alleyway, like, there's people around you. You're literally... There's nobody within a mile radius of you here. Somebody fucking walks by, they could just hack you to death and leave. Take your shit.
What will come across ahead. In these harsh conditions, some tunnels...
What if you were born down here? I would hope that if you were living down here and you had a child, you would put them up for adoption. I would hope you would give them to the fire department, or like not anything would be better than this.
Dwellers make pans out of aluminum and use hand sanitizer as a heat source to cook their meals.
There are a lot of rats there.
Yes, there are.
A voice echoed ahead, and we followed it.
I'm Cuckoo Bananas Crazy, and I came to check on my mother in Vegas and fell for a local. We ended up here. These are my people.
How long have you been down here?
About 5 years or so.
What? So she said she came here to check on her mom and then fell in love with like one of the homeless people here?
How long do you plan to stay here?
At least today. I don't plan much farther than today.
That's really dope. We have no long-term plans.
What is the worst things about tunnels?
Probably the lack of plumbing. And dark is rough sometimes. I can't just sit in the dark. I get a little bit panicky still, like I'm a little kid.
Darkness is not just the absence of light. It's like
I don't think that's like you're a little kid, bro. I feel like anyone in this tunnel would be terrified. That's not like, oh, I'm just a kid afraid of the dark. No, you're in a fucking tunnel with a bunch of people you don't know, and it's pitch black.
Entity that covers you and erases you from the world. Tunnel people
they got a truly black cherry.
Usually survive through stealing and dumpstering.
Some people down here do treasure.
Why are we blurring that out? What is that, a joint?
Some people down here do treasure hunting, such as collecting cables, coppers. Do you do things like that?
I collect what the drunk tourists abandon.
Oh, side story. Just remembered this. I know a guy, not I have a friend. This is going to be I know a guy that, number one, the copper tubing brought it up. He had to respond to a call. He's a firefighter. Had to respond to a call of a guy that was stealing copper tubing at an abandoned house, and the electricity was still on, and it electrocuted him so fast that his body was still rigid, and it burnt the entire upper half of his body off. And I was like, damn, that's crazy. And he was like, you want to know what else is crazy? He was like, I responded to the Boeing whistleblower that died. The guy that was on the news and he took his own life, but everybody was like, that was weird. And he was telling me about it and he had no idea. Who's that? The Boeing whistleblower that was like going against like the Boeing company, saying that there was like factory problems and they were kind of ignoring it. Shit like that. Like, I mean, that's like if you know about the news. If you know what I'm talking about, crazy. I was like, you responded to that? He said, yeah, he didn't even know who it was. He didn't know who it was until after the fact, and he was like, I'm not going to tell anymore. I'm not going to get into the details, but I just thought that was crazy. I was like, I've known you for so long. You didn't bring that up. He was like, well, I don't know.
Louis Vuitton, and they pay $3,000 for a t-shirt, and then they win $100 on a slot machine, and they get so excited that they jump up and down and they leave their $3,000.
I gotta rewind.
And they pay. I collect what the drunk tourists abandon. They go to Louis Vuitton and they pay $3,000 for a t-shirt, and then they win $100 on a slot machine, and they get so excited that they jump up and down and they leave their $3,000 purchase right there to go cash in their winnings. And they remember that they spent that money, 2 days later, because they've been day drinking in the sun, and they plan to lose $10,000 a day while they're here.
What do you think of people losing thousands of dollars to machines?
It's the American way. Decadence and excess and debauchery.
I don't even think it's the American way. I think it is a flaw in human biology that we are incapable of recognizing. Well, actually, we are capable of recognizing the odds of wins and losses, but you are so much more enthralled by the potential to win millions that you don't care. It's a dopamine rush. That's why they're all flashy and colorful. There's no windows in casinos. They give you free drinks. They're panning into your brain's anatomy, knowing that they're basically crafting the perfect situation for you to be happy and okay with losing tons of money.
And this is why people come here on vacation.
Then Beverly showed up in the darkness.
For how long have you been down here?
Probably 8 or 9 years.
I've done online gambling and in-person gambling, and it depends on the person that you're saying, which is also different from sports betting. I do sports betting all the time, and that's its own conversation. But it's like online casino gambling versus in-person casino gambling. In person, I will lose 3-4 times as much as online. The dopamine from sitting in front of a slot machine, actually at a roulette wheel, playing a game while you're drinking versus like sitting and watching a screen, it's not even comparable.
How is the situation here when it rains?
Are you attending the Streamer Awards? No.
Horrific. Very scary. I've been caught up in it twice, and one of the times I really didn't think I was going to make it out.
What do you think about Las Vegas City?
A lot of it's almost like...
Why not? I already accepted an invite from Chris to do the Toys for Tots charity stream tomorrow as a part of the Hunger Games event. It's in LA, so I would be spending, you know, probably $2,000 to fly to LA to go to the award show for one day, stay in a hotel, and fly back. And I'm not saying that it wouldn't be fun. It's just more so like I already had a prior obligation I agreed to prior to even knowing that I was getting nominated. And, I mean, it's just it's like logistically, it doesn't make sense.
Wallpaper, you know, like it's just made to look good, you know. These big casinos aren't built on wingers.
Do you change your spot time to time, or do you always stay right here?
Oh no, it definitely changed.
What is the hardest thing about tunnels?
She packed years of disappointment into one word.
The people.
Even this deep down, there's stuff.
I mean, yeah, being alone would be, like, if you knew that nobody would fuck with you, it would be a hell of a lot easier to be down here.
All over. Some of it was probably brought in by the flood. Some carried in with shopping carts. After walking for another 20 minutes, we came across an eerie shadow stretched across the wall.
Don't shoot. We don't mean any harm.
Before we go further in the tunnel, I want to share how my Heritage DNA kit helped me.
Bruh!
Send it to my Heritage Asia 100 DNA kit. One of the found relatives first ministers were they most can. The save your genetics in your crate and find thousands using the code ROOT.
Hey there. How are you? Look at this trash.
Yo, he's got a whole fucking survival tent. Like, where did he find that? They had to have bought that. It's like an expensive-ass tent.
Hey there. How are you?
Oh, I'd be so scared of that dog, bro.
We first offered him some supplies. Then he invited us into his tent.
This is where this guy sleeps. He puts his clothes here. This is his table, kind of workstation. 6 years ago, I moved to Vegas alone, and my parents died in 2018. It's the 2 years I've been down here, if not more. So.
How do you find water and food?
I go turn on the fire hydrant right around the corner from here. I have my food stamp card, but if I really, really have to, I'll go steal food.
How do you stay safe?
Where do you steal food, though? Like buffets in Vegas? Like you're going into the casino or something and just grabbing food and dipping?
In this tunnel.
Like everywhere else, you just gotta watch your back.
There's a scar on your forehead. What happened?
I got hit in the head with a 2x4. And
what the fuck?
Got 11 stitches.
In here?
Yeah.
What was the reason?
Over a bike. Bikes are a hot commodity in this area, and a lot of people need them, you know.
Have you ever seen...
It is weird how the people they're interviewing have different things. Like, he seems like he's pretty geared up comparable to a lot of the other people. Like, there was one guy that literally just had a shopping cart and a chair. That woman had a whole bed. He has a fucking tent. A whole setup, a dog, a table.
Someone at the moment their life was taken.
Yeah, he seems really chill.
Unfortunately, yeah. I remember hearing somebody come in and 2 shots go off. He got hit in his back and in his neck. And before I knew it, he was standing right in front of me with a white t-shirt on that was turning red really fast. It was his brother who shot him.
The psychology of being down here in the darkness must be
He watched a guy kill his brother in front of him in the tunnels.
really hard.
Some people can't take it. There are people out there that haven't seen the light of day and never will. People that turn gray down here, like.
Really?
Yeah, I've never seen anything like it. At night.
Oh my God, like vitamin D deficiency. They never leave the tunnels, constantly in the dark. And it's also like, if you're down here for such an extended period of time, the sun's probably disturbing, you know? Like, you almost become nocturnal in that you don't even want to leave unless it's nighttime, because it's like leaving. Like, imagine, you know, when you go to a movie theater and you're there for 3 hours and you leave and it's so bright and it fucks you with your eyes. Like, imagine that, but like days in the dark, weeks in the dark.
It sounds like there's people walking.
Like you would walk outside, it'd be actually blinding.
Right outside your tent.
Like you wouldn't be able to see.
And multiple times I've gone out there and there'd be nothing. You never know who you're going to run into down here. That's for sure.
Here in the dark, most of them lose their ID cards and never get them back. Without an ID, they can't apply for a job, rent a place, or access social services because they don't officially exist according to the system.
It's a roadblock. It's not really true, though. Yes, they need those things, but if I handed out IDs today to every single one of them,
yeah, they still want to go get help.
They'll still be here tomorrow. There's a lot of things happening at the same time. Traumas, mental health, all these things we need to address. I was like 2 years, 3 years homeless, walking down the street, and I saw 3 people that I knew having a sword fight in the middle of the night. I heard cling, cling, I saw blood, I looked at it, it was like nothing to me. That's what happens out here. You become traumatized and used to these situations.
Phil once lived in a house with a pool.
How did he get out, though? How did he get out? Like, I feel like you need somebody, you need to show willingness to leave and also have somebody to lean on to get out. Because it's not as simple as just like, oh, I'm going to get a job, because you still don't have enough money to like be presentable and go to work. I mean, it depends on the job and what you're getting, but like, how do you go from being homeless and living in the tunnels for 6 years to being able to afford an apartment and also like clean yourself up, go to work?
But after retiring, life slowly pulled him underground.
The police radios and stuff would not work down here.
For the people that are like all on black, bro, all on black, you're like, oh, just fucking gamble it. Do you know how much money it cost? Dude, yeah, maybe you somehow scrounge up $100 as a homeless guy and you fucking run it up to $2,000. All right, you can afford the worst apartment in Vegas for 1 month.
Here. Wow. So
still don't have food, can't pay electric bills, can't pay fucking water bills. You still don't have enough money to fucking survive.
That lured a lot of people down here.
How long have you been in the tunnels?
8 to 10 years.
What was the
10 years? Oh my God.
worst thing that happened to you in the tunnels?
Possibly getting caught up into one of the floods that came through, because it takes about 10 minutes for the water to be about 8 feet high. We have no warning system telling us there's water coming other than to hear the water itself. There used to be signs down here that said, the current never lose, which is very true. We've lost quite a few people. The hardest things in the tunnels is losing the things you gathered over the years.
Just weeks after this interview.
You know what's fucked too is the people of Vegas, or the government in Vegas. In the beginning, you saw them kind of climb through that caged area that might have been trying to block them off. If they really wanted to, they could make it so you couldn't enter the tunnels. But they don't want to do that because then there's a bunch of homeless people in Vegas on the streets constantly. And that's a vibe killer for the fucking people coming from another country to come gamble in Vegas to see a crackhead on the side of the street. So they kind of not force you, but they kind of get you to go down the tunnels because they don't want you to they don't want you to be in the public. They want you to be underground where people can't see you.
We got word that Phil passed away.
That happens anyway. I mean, it happens in other cities too, like Skid Row. I mean, you see it, or like Kensington. Like, there's a lot of like governments that, not government. A lot of city districts that kind of half enclose people into certain areas.
Losing the things you gathered over the years.
Wait, why are people saying rep?
Just weeks after this interview, we got word that Phil passed away.
He died? Oh.
Signs down here that said, the current never lose, which is very true. We've lost quite a few people. The hardest things in the tunnels is losing the things you gathered over the years.
Just weeks after this interview, we got word that Phil passed away. As we walk through the tunnel, mineral deposits on the ceiling catch our eye.
So there's water that's leaking through. That's the calcium from the water.
These show that rain makes its way in again and again. Who knows how many times the flood destroyed homes and took lives. We're going ahead. Someone has created a memorial here.
Somebody passed away. Dixie Hart. There are roses.
When it floods, they have 20 minutes to escape. If the current or floating debris doesn't
Oh my god, you're just running in the dark.
Trap them inside first. This tunnel is full of puddles with a constant breeze blowing through.
Oh my god, here we go again.
The ground is a mix of sewage, trash, and human waste. And now, all of it is soaking into my shoes.
Everywhere.
Yeah, I keep forgetting it probably smells like fucking shit. Constantly.
Trash. And dead animals. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
A dead rat. It is from a casino?
Yeah.
Oh my. Our feet are wet, but that's how we roll here. You have to keep going.
We are walking in this tunnel, going on and on to find Rob's old friend, who's been living down.
Yo, they can't even, if they have their, yo, actually, I didn't even fucking think about this. If you, for the people that were, I don't know if they were joking or not, going, hey, they could just go gamble, they can't. Because if they get money, when you go gamble at a casino and you get chips or you get a ticket of your, you know, fucking slot machine winnings and you have to go cash it in, regardless of whether or not you look 21, you have to hand them your ID because they scan it before they give you your money back. So if you don't have an ID, you're not able to get winnings. Like, if you come in with $100, you turn it to chips, you run that up to 10K in chips, you're not, it's only needed if you win above 10K. No, that's when you get a tax form. I'm pretty sure you still need an ID. At least in AC, when I gamble, every time I've ever won money at a casino, I've had to give them my ID when I get money. I don't know. Maybe not for a slot machine. If you're going to like a ticket, like it would be like basically an ATM, but the reverse, where like you put in winnings and then it gives you out. I don't know.
Here for over 10 years.
Not at a sports book.
The moldy gray walls started to fill with color, and then we walked right into what looked like
You don't need an ID at a sports book, Zeusy? Like for winnings?
Underground art.
I feel like you would at least need an ID to place an IRL bet. Online you do.
Art studio.
Someone built their own gallery down here.
Sad thing is
that a fucking Rocket League car?
Art studio.
Someone built their own.
I think I'm just brain rotted.
Gallery down here.
Sad thing is, one heavy rain could wash it all away.
That's actually really good art, too.
Jay's tunnel is furnished with salvaged materials. There are all kinds of random stuff. A baby stroller, bags, toys, but everything is surprisingly well organized.
Yeah, my name's Jay. I live in the flood tunnels down here for like pretty much ever, like 8 or 9 years. I moved out here, all my luggage is stolen, my ID, everything. Basically welcome to Vegas with $27 in my pocket. There is really no safe anywhere. You'll get robbed by other homeless people, you'll get robbed by the police.
This is where each day begins and ends for him.
What happens when they come to them?
You go to jail.
What?
Yo, don't you go a little insane too? Where it's like, if you're in the darkest parts of the tunnels where like you can't really see light on one side or the other, and you don't have technology, you wake up and you don't even know what time it is. You have no idea how long you've been asleep. You could have been asleep an hour, 8 hours. You're kind of just gauging it off of how you feel.
Go to jail for trespassing.
Whose property is this?
This is 5 state properties. It's a flood zone. They put you in jail for anything. I went to jail the other night for being on the boulevard.
They are the undesirables. The government banned them from everywhere. People often see these individuals as potential criminals, but Jay is tired of this.
I hate being hated by most everybody for what other people do. Not all homeless people are bad. Every day at war with myself, it's just not worth it.
Stigma. With time, he developed survival tactics.
There's really no food or water here. There's water in the back.
If you're homeless, just steal and go to jail. You get food and a bad thoughts. People do that. In a lot of colder regions, people do that. Where they'll purposefully do petty theft or crime so they don't go to prison. They just repeatedly go to jail. But I mean, that's also not helping you, long term. Then it's like you have you get like air conditioning or whatever, but like now you're in jail, you have even less freedom.
Yes, but it's all like wastewater. I usually eat what people throw out. Everything you see here, I found in the trash.
How do you get shower here?
Basically with a 5-gallon bucket of water.
What exactly happened to your eye, if you don't mind?
Shot in the head with a .45. I don't remember none of
How
that.
did he fucking live? He got shot in the head?
What is the worst thing that happened to you here?
Probably the whole haunting situation, like shit following me. I mean, I've seen demons. It'll move stuff. It'll make stuff disappear. Like, I'll be laying on my bed, it'll move the bed. It'll mimic people's voices. It'll call, like, from outside, call down the tunnel my name. Just go in the back, hang out for 15 minutes with no flashlight. Tell me what you think.
What have you seen exactly?
Oh my God, what, like you fucking started losing your mind in the dark?
Looks like a man, very thin, probably 6'5".
The Hat Man?
Pointed. Looks like a man, very thin, probably 6'5". Got a very pointed nose, no arms or legs. It moves so smoothly. If it's totally pitch black, you can clearly see it. It's blacker than black. That's the thing that drops the temperature.
What are you planning for future? Where do you see yourself in 10 years?
Dead. I don't know.
Oh.
Everybody's like 2 paychecks away from being homeless.
Every tunnel has its own identity, depending on who lives in it.
You can see a lot of needles here. Disgusting.
Where was I where I was thinking about that? I always wonder how in certain areas that have such high costs of living, how people make ends meet that have regular jobs, like being a barista in Los Angeles. Like, do you live outside of LA and then you like commute in? Like, how do you make enough money even with roommates? How do you live in like New York City as just somebody that's, fucking, I guess, working 35, 40 hours a week at like a regular, 9 to 5. A lot of side hustles. That's what I'm thinking. Lots of roommates, lots of side hustles. You're kind of living on the outskirts of the city. It's like, fuck, dude.
Life here.
This ain't
multiple jobs, good budgeting. Yeah, it has to be. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's why if you're somebody in New York City, you're living in a shoebox apartment that you're sharing with somebody with a shared bathroom. You're working a minimum wage job. You're not working 40 hours a week. You're working 70, to be able to fucking make enough money. And you're never even home. That's like, we watched one video about, I mean, this is just different New York City versus Vegas. It's probably very similar in Vegas, but it's like, we watched the one video about one of the smallest apartments in New York City, and the person they were interviewing was like, I just need somewhere to crash. They're never home because they're always working. If they ever have free time or money, they're not going to stay at their apartment. They're just going to go spend it elsewhere. So it's like, they're literally just paying fucking thousands of dollars a month to just fucking have somewhere to fall asleep for 8 hours and get back up.
Life.
Do you have contacts of your family?
Somewhat.
What do they think that you're doing right now?
Play Arc Raiders. I need to one day. I said I was going to soon. Dude, there's just so many games I need to play. The S&P also started, so it's like now I'm just like cramming. But we're going to do PvC Garden Warfare 2. I got to figure out a day I'm going to play Dead by Daylight with the guys in that pill game. I still got to do Arc Raiders. I know. If you have any videos you want to watch, games to play videos, such as games, such as exclamation point schedule too. After I woke up from a coma, I was in the ICU celebrating my 18th on life support. The first thing I did to catch up on your VODs, even now there are still videos I missed that I need to watch. Well, I'm glad that you're okay. Holy fuck, you were on life support. Also, happy birthday. I hope you're okay, Gia. Edgy and Frazier for the sub. Bummy, Cam, Pear, Fall, Sketty for the 3. I had to put my dog down that I bought when I was 70 years old to 22 now. Shit fucked me up. I'm sorry for your loss, Sketty. He used to sleep in bed and watch the TV when I had you or Zuciano. I was like, on, so it was like, I think y'all were his favorite. Rip Lucky. Rip Lucky in the chat, man. I'm sorry for your loss, Sketty, genuinely. Matt, question, Juice, and Ronco for the sub. Matt, Caleb, Jaxie, Ginger, Blade King, and for the 3. No, Brown, Fallen, Spence, and GTB for the sub. Oh my God, but you say that. Isn't the FNAF movie out tomorrow? It's out today! Has anybody seen it? Anybody going to see it tonight? What are the ratings? 88% on Fandango. Audience score. 12% critic review. Uh-oh. 12%. That's probably the biggest gap I've ever seen. FNAF movie, the first one. What is the first one's? 33% Rotten Tomatoes, 86% audience. IMDb, 5.9 out of 10. It's too new to know if that's the true score, though. You know what I mean? You need to give it a few days. Brown, Fallen, Spence, GTB for the sub, GF for the 3. In March, sent a message saying I was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer and get surgery. Since then, vital organs die. I had to learn how to walk. Next year, I'll hopefully get a transplant to eat again. Your videos have been a great comfort to me. Thank you for everything. Well, gee, I'm sorry I read your messages opposite of one another. I should have read that one first. But I fucking hope that you're able to get a transplant so you can eat again soon. Oh, my God. Burger Jack for the sub, Ryan for the 5. Social day recently, been watching the streams YouTube. I had a long day. Non for the 3. Would you rather spend 24 hours alone with a flashlight in the Paris catacombs or here? Paris catacombs. The fuck? Paris catacombs, I don't think I would die. I would just kind of hunker in one spot and then leave. Like, it would be scarier ghost-wise, but I think there's more physical danger in the Vegas water tunnels. Curls, I shit, SMV for the sub, Dylan for the 3. Watch 712 VODs, Nat for the 3. Do you ship your merch to Norway? I don't know, actually. Natty for the 3. TTV for the sub, Dylan for the 3. ME for the 3, GF for the 3. Lock in.
They don't ask.
Catacombs are a maze. Yeah, but I just wouldn't adventure far. Like, wherever they put me, I'll just stay.
What did you do before you came to these tunnels?
Before I was in this situation, I was a family man. 2 boys, 1 girl. They still live out here. My son just turned 17 last month.
When is the last time did you see them?
10 years ago.
Oh. What is the worst
He hasn't seen his son since he was 7?
thing that happened to you in these tunnels?
Somebody died right where we were standing last night.
Last night?
Last night.
How?
OD. Life is precious. And short.
Nearly 7 out of 10 Americans live paycheck to paycheck, barely making ends meet. For many, it takes just one unexpected event to lose their financial stability.
Oh my God. We were in the tunnels and you can see the Caesar's Palace on that side. This is a drama. If you want to shine a light into these tunnels, consider donating to the Shine a Light Foundation. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel for more documentaries like this. Huge thanks to MyHeritage for sponsoring.
Oh my gosh, man. That was a sad fucking video, bro. Dystopian, really scary. This society we live in. Yeah, bro. But let's give tax breaks to people that make fucking $100 million a year. What a fucking great idea that is. Oh, 7 out of 10 Americans live paycheck to paycheck. Why don't we vote for people that fucking... Sorry, I'm not trying to make it political. It's just fucking insane, man. Like CEOs. And this is coming from somebody that I make good money, right? Like, I should get taxed more. I should get taxed more. I'm not going to sit here and argue that I need to make more money. Is it annoying that I have to fucking pay a lot in taxes? Yeah, but it's like, I'm the guy to pay it. Why the fuck are we sitting here going, oh yeah, actually... Why don't we give more people... Why don't we make Elon Musk a trillionaire? What a great idea. That'll solve society. The trickle-down effect. The trickle-down effect. Once Elon Musk has $1 trillion, he'll start handing it out to everybody else. He'll start handing it out. Eventually, yeah, that's what's going to fix it. Once he gets $1,000 billion, then that money will start getting redistributed to the average American. Fucking hell, man. Like, there are billionaires that do donate a shitload of money. I'm pretty sure Jeff Bezos' wife gave billions of dollars away. I know the Bill Gates family, or the Gates family, does a lot of stuff. But, like, fuck, man. Only political take for today. I believe no one should be a billionaire. I think that you could reach $999 million, and after that, it is a hard cap. You've won at life. You should not. You can work. You can't own a business anymore. Shit's got. Maybe you could be like a supervisor. You should not be able to get more money. Your net worth should be capped at $999 million, and that's a lot of fucking money. That's an unfeasible amount of money. You don't need more money than that. Why would you ever need more money than that? What the fuck are you doing with that? Oh my gosh. Billionaire talking right now? Brother, if you think I'm a billionaire, you're on crack. I don't think there is a Twitch streamer billionaire. Maybe Aiden Ross or Trainwrecks, but I don't know if they're I don't know if they're worth $1 billion. Like, I would say Trainwrecks TV is Drake. Drake's not a fucking streamer. Drake's a musician. I think it's like, what about Millions? Bro, what? What about Millions? Yeah, bro, a lot of Twitch streamers. What do you mean? I'm saying billion. Kai? No. XQC? No. XQC, if I'm not even doing like a pocket watching agent section and I'm just like raw guessing, I would say XQC probably has $400 million. I think XQC probably has around $500 million. I don't think XQC has $1 billion. I think XQC could have $1 billion in investments later in life, but I know he probably has a thumb drive of like Bitcoin. Jinxie, no. Jinxie's too new. If you're going to try and say that anybody in the streaming space is a billionaire or the richest, you can't name anybody that's young and new in the space. You can't name Jinxie. You can't name Queso. You can't name Kai. They're too young. They're too new, right? They've only been making good money for 3 years, 4 years, right? Like, the guys that are the richest are the dudes that got in on the gambling shit early and the dudes that have been in the game the longest. XQC, Aiden Ross, Trainwrecks. Ninja has a lot of money for sure, but a lot of it's from, like, Mixer and, like, early streaming days. He doesn't really... Speed makes good money, but I don't think Speed sells out a lot. I think Speed could make a lot more than he does. Not saying that he doesn't make a lot, but I think Speed could make way more. Moist has 30 mil. Moist probably has more than 30 mil. But yeah, Oni Pixel. I would say Moist has probably made 100, but has probably like 40. Or like made 80. You got to keep in mind, you're also getting taxed. Like, when Moist showed his YouTube revenue, he only kept half of that. And then he also is probably donating a lot. A lot's probably going to, like, expenditures of his own. So he's not keeping a lot of that. Sarah for the 3. Elon said money will be irrelevant in 10 plus years due to AI because people won't have to work. Well, yeah, actually, money's going to be irrelevant in 10 years because the Tesla automated driving car, it's going to be kind of like a Waymo. It's going to drive you anywhere you want. It's also going to be able to service you in any way that you could possibly imagine. The Tesla, we're going to be on Mars in 3 years. No, you're not. No, you're not. Nobody, we're not going to Mars anytime fucking soon. We're not putting people on Mars. It's dumb shit that he's spieling for investors. It's dumb shit. Why would we go to Mars? We're not going to Mars. Yes, AI might innovatively change fucking society as we know it in a positive way. Also maybe a negative way. We don't know. That's something we're going to see in the next 5 years. But like the shit of like, oh, SpaceX going to Mars. We're going to Mars. It's $1 trillion to go to fucking Mars. No investor in Elon Musk or any of his companies would willingly invest that amount of money for a project that gives no return on, no ROI. No return on investment, no revenue, nothing. If the only reason we do anything big like that is war or money. And nobody sets $1 trillion on fire for a fun project. No one. I hate when people say that. Oh, but that's what he's saying. He's going to fucking do it. He's not going to do it. We're not going to Mars. We're not going to Mars. Maybe drones will go to Mars. People are not going to Mars. It would cost $1 trillion to send somebody to Mars. McChunky for the tier 3 sub. X3 and Vexy for the sub. Sarah for the 3. The 1 GB and Just for the sub. GB for the sub. Sarah for the 3. Dad recently passed away from cancer. I have cancer in the chat. I'm sorry for your loss, sir. Only senior in high school. Been really hard on me seeing clips of you talking about your dad, my grandpa, not my dad. Made me feel so much better. Made me realize I wasn't alone. I want to say thank you for everything you do. You had an impact on me more than you can understand. Well, thank you for the 3, and I'm glad I'm able to help. But I'm sorry for your loss, sir. Gloomy and I'm for the sub. Neil and Jelly for the sub. Gia for the 3. Vexy and XX for the sub. But yeah, man, F cancer, dude. That's fucking terrible. What was I saying now? No, Elon Musk is not going to Mars. I don't think money will be irrelevant in 10 years because AI is going to make people not work. People want to be better than other people around them. I don't think capitalism is an answer to society. I don't think full on, like, you know, like full equity of one another. Like we're all, you can't have a society where everybody is the same shit. You're not going to have that. But you also can't have a society where the top 1% of people have more than the bottom 50%. Right? There needs to be some sort of middle ground. Like, that's why I say I'm like a democratic socialist in that sense, because it's like, you can't have, to say that like money's going to be irrelevant in 10 years because of AI, that's just not true. Right? That's just not true. Like, what? So people aren't going to work. So it's just like, you're still going to want stuff that you can't have. Right? Money's going to be irrelevant. Money's coming from the man that has the most money in the world. Money's going to be irrelevant. It's okay. Why would he ever give that up? Why would Elon Musk, arguably one of the most powerful men in the world, in full confidence, tell you that you and him are going to be on the same level in 5 years' time? You're not. You're not. Because that's fucking insane. That'd be insane. Why would he ever willingly, he's going to bump himself, he's going to bump himself down? Fuck, he's going to bump himself down from a trillionaire to being like everybody else. No. That's not going to happen. Like, it's just stupid to think that. Sorry, my nose is bleeding. Anyways. Ugh. Sorry, I just had to go on a side rant there. X-Pala for the sub. Next video, what if the minions served Hitler during World War II? And then we're doing a philosophy video. Lock in. What if the minions served Hitler during World War II?
What if during World War II the minions picked Hitler as their evil master? Minions are compelled to serve the evilest master they can find, but they were exiled to an ice cave in the Arctic after serving Napoleon. Now, canonically, they reemerge in 1968, conveniently...
Yeah, they do that, conveniently skipping World War I and II. Shocker. Illumination Entertainment. Huh. Why did you skip the 1940s? The minions were just missing during World War II? Huh.
Skipping the 2 world wars. But what if we didn't let them off the hook that easy? What if they reemerged in 1938 instead? How could 3 small minions change the course of history?
No way this guy's going to make an in-depth video about if the minions served Adolf Hitler.
From their...
Who did they serve in 1968 canonically? Who was the evilest person then? Gru? I gotta say that as well. We gotta take everything with a grain of salt. We're gonna lean into the fucking actual historical accuracy of canonical minions. Because, Pol Pot, Fidel Castro, like, the minions resurfaced in 1968, served a few people, and then went, hey, we're gonna go with Gru. In modern day, but they live on Earth, and they have history. Gru's the most evil guy. Who's the most evil person alive right now? Dude, they'd be serving, like, Kim Jong-un. They'd be serving some fucking dictator that's fucking starving their people. Like, get out of here. They're going to be serving Gru. I'm going to steal the moon. I'm going to steal the moon. Oh, really? That guy's chopping kids' heads off. Stealing the moon, chopping kids' heads off. What? What? I mean, maybe, like, Are the minions looking at it at a utilitarian perspective where if Gru shrinks and steals the moon, that stops ocean tides and overall would turn into the like fucked rotation of Earth and kill all humans? Like, is he thinking, are the minions going like in depth right now to like, hey, if Gru steals the moon, the adverse effects of stealing the moon would result in the death of all humans? I feel like that would be like maybe where they're going.
Ice cave in the Arctic, the minions trekked south into Soviet territory.
Wait, what?
From their ice cave in the Arctic, the minions trekked south into Soviet territory. In St. Petersburg, they learned of Hitler from a Soviet newsreel while huddled inside a theater for warmth. The film warned of a power-hungry dictator threatening freedom and peace, the perfect traits for an evil master. When they reached Nuremberg, the minions immediately knew they were in the right place. Posters with Hitler's face on it were plastered everywhere. Swastikas were hanging from every building. The streets were packed with cheering Germans. For them, no.
Wouldn't the minions immediately just get clipped and murdered in World War II times? Because the army would just be like, who the fuck? Oh, wait, no, they're immortal. They can't die. They can't die. It's hypothetical? No, because they can't die. Minions canonically, I don't think they reproduce. I think there's like a given number of them, but they're invincible, yeah.
They were in the middle of a military parade. The minions are quickly arrested. While in prison, they caught the attention of Heinrich Himmler. Himmler was the head of the SS and deeply obsessed with the occult. He claimed that the master race came from Atlantis and believed that SS soldiers had reincarnated warrior souls. The minions spent the next 18 months
He fucking believed that? Heinrich Himmler thought that the soldiers that were serving him had reincarnated souls from Atlantis. Like, I don't know which part of this is historical and which is like, you know, panning into, we're talking about the minions here.
During Nazi experimentation and torture. After cruelty proved ineffective and vivisection impossible, attempts at communication were made. Picture cards and gestures eventually revealed the minions' mission. Himmler made a phone call. Mein Führer, he said. I believe I have found the origin of the master race. Gain the favor of their emissaries, and the war is won. Hitler is skeptical, but the evidence from the minion torture trials was indisputable. By now, the war was in full swing, and
Minion torture trials? What, so they started fucking, like, cutting up the minions and they just had no reaction? I always assumed a minion would be, like, elastic. Like, you could kind of punch a... You could grab a minion and squeeze it to, like, a compressed cube and let go, and it would just, like right back to what it looked like prior. Like, they can't, you can't cut it, like, their skin's impierceable, you could shoot them, nothing would happen. They're kind of like rubber creatures. Put subtitles on, hard of hearing, okay, I'll put yes, I will put subtitles on for this video. Cryptic, professional for the sub, Chuz for the 5, Gifted, Xpella, Vexy, and off the sub.
Nazi forces had experienced their first major defeat at the Battle of Britain. They had to exploit any possible advantage. And so, the minions became Hitler's constant companions. While living at Hitler's residence...
I mean, honestly, if we're really going into, like, the canonical abilities of minions, if you have the minions on your side, you physically can't lose. Like, you can't stop them. You couldn't stop a minion. Like, if you gave a minion, like, really good weaponry, they could just storm. Yo, Zeusy, you gotta be 8 years behind, big dog. Zeusy, you gotta be 8 years behind, big dog. Are you watching me on a Roku remote right now? You are actively responding to something that I said 30 minutes ago. I feel like he's not even gonna see this right now because his connection's terrible. Yo, you are, I saw his one chat about, like, streamers. I'm like, bro, you gotta be, yo, hold up. I feel like I gotta, like, message this motherfucker. How are you? He is that far behind. He is that far behind.
Residents, the minions were subjected to a constant stream of Nazi wartime propaganda, which they understood as movie nights. They'd get fitted for tiny uniforms, and soon literally be marching in lockstep. They deliver speeches at rallies and feel the rush of the loyal, ecstatic crowd's adoration.
I'm gonna say, though, like, aren't the minions more serving of evil masterminds that kind of have, like, idiotic ideas? Like, I'm going to destroy the sun! Not, I want to eradicate an ethnic group of people. You know? Like, I don't think the minions would really get behind the vibe of Adolf Hitler. Just off of my watching of, you know, Despicable Me 1, 2, 3. I don't think that I think they would see what's going on and then go, ugh. I don't know.
They toured the country, accompanying Hitler to demonstrations of the latest.
Stealing the moon was idiotic. Yes. That's like a kid's idea of something that's evil. Like, that's the minions serve childish evil ideas. Like, if you asked a 5-year-old, like, what's something really evil? They'd be like, I'm going to eliminate soda, which would actually probably benefit society, you know? Like, they would say something stupid like that because it's a kid's movie and the minions are dumb, right? The 5-year-old isn't going to be like, well, I would get rid of this group of people.
Wunderwaffen, like Heavy Gustav, the largest gun ever fired, even to this day.
They served Napoleon, true.
It shot shells the weight of 2 pickup trucks at targets over 20 miles away. It was pure catnip for the minions, who were seeing a fully mechanized superweapon for the first time. That night, the minions came to a consensus. They would contact their people and introduce them to their Fuhrer. It was during a demonstration of a futuristic jet fighter that Stuart's eye began to open. Bored with the technical details, he wandered off, away from the spotless showroom full of sycophantic Nazi scientists. He opened a door to the production line and was hit with a wave of hot, acrid air. Rows of haunted eyes looked up at him from dirty, gaunt faces. They were forced laborers, brought in from occupied territory. Stuart's heart plummeted. Was this the fate that awaited his kin? These men weren't minions, they were slaves. German guards descended on them with their cudgels, and Stuart could bear no more. He looked away. The other minions were reluctant to believe what Stuart had seen. Worse, Bob began to defend Hitler's actions. He was young, impressionable, his head full of ideas like patriotism and loyalty. Stuart begged the others to flee with him, but Bob refused, and Kevin wouldn't leave him behind. During a state dinner, Stuart slipped away and hid inside a shipping crate destined for Poland.
I can't believe I'm actually watching this right now. Like, can I say, this is like, I'm really trying to, like, get my head into this verse right now. But it's like, he's sitting there going, Bob's trying to defend Hitler's ideologies, but Stuart, on the other hand, really just wants him to be a part of the team.
The next few days moved quickly. Kevin and Bob spent their days in Hitler's war room. The Nazis were planning a surprise invasion of the Soviet Union, with a secondary goal of making contact with the minions still waiting in the ice cave. They'd follow German troops as far north as Leningrad, then travel with a specialized detachment equipped to traverse the Arctic expanse. All that was needed was for Kevin to point out the ice cave on the map. He hesitated, just for a moment, but Hitler noticed. Back at Hitler's home, he invited Kevin into his study. He commended Kevin's bravery for going on this mission, which will bring the yellow Wundervolk to the forefront of the Nazi war effort.
And keep in mind, half of this conversation is... right? You have Hitler trying to communicate with a fucking minion right now, and he's just going, banana, as a response.
Unfortunately, he says, with sudden menace, Bob will not be joining you. He'll stay here, right by my side. Do you understand? Kevin understood. Bob would serve as collateral to make sure Kevin completed the mission.
Collateral for what? You can't kill Bob. They're invincible. They're like rubber. They have the gum power. You can't fucking hurt them. You can't threaten. What do you mean? What? So he's saying, oh, I'm gonna if you don't complete this mission, Bob's gonna get it. Bob's gonna get what?
Meanwhile, Stuart came out of his crate and into a nightmare. The Warsaw Ghetto saw nearly 500,000 Jews crammed into an area hardly bigger than 1 square mile. Nazis distributed less than 200 calories per day, with the intention of creating mass starvation. Most of the food was smuggled, and this was how Stuart proved his loyalty to the Jewish resistance. When the true purpose of the Nazi resettlement program became clear, the resistance prepared for battle. Soon, Stuart was smuggling more than food. Weapons, fuel, anything that could help the resistance. He became known as the Yellow Golem, after the tireless servant.
He could just kill Hitler! What the fuck are we talking about? This guy made an entire fucking movie. Bro, he's literally right next to him at all times. He could just fucking shoot him. What do you mean? He's like inadvertently he's doing like all smuggling and helping people. Bro, just fucking kill him.
Through folklore. When SS forces entered the ghetto, they were prepared. Victory was impossible, but at least this way they could go out on their own terms. In the ensuing uprising, Stuart led an effort that smuggled dozens of civilians to safety, then threw himself
Why have you been crashing out all stream? I've not been crashing out all stream.
into battle. He burned out a German tank with just gasoline and a cigar. But in the end, the Nazis razed the ghetto to the ground. Stuart was ready to die with his fellow partisans, but at the last possible moment he was smuggled out, and into the hands of American intelligence. Now at Leningrad, long-range air...
The American intelligence chloroformed fucking Stuart. What, and brought him to Alamo to help build the nuclear bomb? Where is this story going? Where's this story going? He's gonna go meet Oppenheimer?
Craft with skis were prepared for their one-way mission. Kevin noticed weapons being loaded, and explosives. It was only then that he began to realize the true extent of his collaboration. And his people, his innocent, naive kin, would pay the price. He thought of Bob and felt a welling of...
Kin? They're their kids? How do they fuck? How does a minion reproduce? It's budding. We had a whole conversation about this the other day. It has to be like budding. How does a minion reproduce? Minions don't reproduce in a normal way. They're essentially immortal beings that evolved from single-cell organisms at the dawn of time, with their numbers remaining relatively consistent through history, though some theories move and movie moments like Stuart turning into a chicken and laying an egg suggest unusual asexual methods of just poofing them into existence. They don't reproduce sexually or asexually. Their numbers don't grow or shrink significantly. Well, they wouldn't grow or shrink at all. They're all male. Well, they don't have penises. Why? If they can't reproduce sexually or asexually, what is the point of them having a sex? They're just minions.
of resolve. They flew until the plane's tanks were run dry. When they landed, the commandos began to cannibalize the aircraft.
How do they pee? I don't know if they eat, dude. I've only ever seen them eat bananas. I've only ever seen them eat bananas. I don't even know if they eat the bananas. I feel like they just like bananas because they're yellow. I don't like where I don't know. I need more info about minions before we go further.
After shelter. The mood was grim. They had no means of return or resupply. They had to rely on the word of a minion that there would be anything at all at the location. Worse yet, a strong headwind meant they landed short. They estimated a 2 weeks trek to the cave. Kevin led them there, hating himself the whole time. He ate his last banana and thought of the absurdity
They eat bananas.
of a tropical fruit in the frozen Arctic. It took even longer than anticipated.
Kevin was pondering the absurdity of a tropical fruit in an Arctic area. Really.
Almost 4 weeks in the end. When they arrived, the commandos were half-starved. They were ready to descend on the minion village and loot it for anything edible, even minion flesh. In order to prevent mutiny, the commando leader held a gun to his second-in-command and executed him in cold blood. Kevin is sent into the ice cave alone. To be reunited with the others after all he experienced felt joyous at first, but it gave way to a deep gulf of pain and separation. The past few years left him utterly changed compared to the naive minion he was nearly 4 years ago. He took the podium and spoke of what he had
Yeah, how simple life was when they used to just serve a T-Rex.
Seen and done. He warned against blind devotion to a charismatic leader, the end result of hate.
And then they all go, ah, papaya, bah. Ah, papa boy.
Full dogma.
They all understand what he's saying.
Then he explained their present situation. He begged for forgiveness and rallied the minions together. When they emerged from the ice cave to greet the Nazis, they were armed.
Joe, I was so far behind. Nah, this motherfucker just saw my message. Nah. Yo, either you refreshed or you're like 8 years behind, bro. I'm telling you, you were on like a 10-minute delay. You were actually on I refreshed. You were on like a 10-minute delay.
The resistance was met with machine guns and rifles. It was shaping up to be a massacre, but the minions would no longer bend to tyrants. Suddenly, the commandos noticed a cloud of ice on the horizon, approaching faster than possible. At its center, a yellow speck. It was Stewart, but he was completely transformed. American scientists augmented him in an accelerated version of the Mega Minions program from Despicable Me 4. The order was given to fire.
I haven't seen Despicable Me 4.
But Mega Stewart was there. Bullets bounced off of his rocky yellow hide as he worked himself into a frenzy. The SS commandos could do nothing as Mega Stewart sadistically killed them, the horrors of Warsaw fresh in his mind. The leader took Kevin hostage and revealed the detonator to a bomb. He threatened to collapse the ice cave. They were standing on its roof. Mega Stewart simply reached out his arm.
They can't die! What? Don't step any further. Don't step any further or Bob gets it. Bob gets what?
Ripped the Nazis' mind to shreds.
What?
Mega Stewart simply reached out his arm and ripped the Nazis' mind to shreds. In seconds, he relived every atrocity he ever committed, with such intensity his brain cooked like an egg. Several months later, Kevin effectively became the leader of the minions, and they began construction of an impenetrable ice fortress around the cave. Minions
the Pentagon!
Proved to be far more isolationist in this timeline, and the next time they exposed themselves to humanity, they would be prepared. One morning, Kevin walked in on Stewart putting on his super suit. It's time to say goodbye, Stewart.
Oh, I thought that was just his body.
Explained. His American handlers needed his help on the Pacific Front, and he was duty-bound. Years later, Stewart testified at the Nuremberg.
I wonder how Stewart's gonna feel about the Vietnam War in the coming years.
Trials. They showed all that remained of Hitler's body.
What do you think his response is gonna be there?
Just a burnt jawbone found in a bombed-out crater. On the slide, Stewart noticed the remains of a pair of goggles, cracked and blackened by heat. That was all that was left of Bob as well, he realized with mounting horror. Poor Bob, sweet, innocent Bob. It seemed he had stayed by Hitler's side throughout his final days in the Führer bunker, although rumors of a yellow creature spotted in Argentina persisted for decades. The Cold
Bob fled to Argentina to live out Nazi ideologies in a German community in South America.
War began. Stewart played an instrumental role for American intelligence. He worked alongside the supervillain known as the Bald Terror, who would later prove to be the father of one Felonious Gru. Spy satellites revealed a plutonium production complex at the Minion Autonomous Oblast. But all that happened in Minions 2, Cold War. While researching this video, I was actually able to find Bob's goggles on eBay. I bought them, I couldn't resist, and I went and put them on my shelf. I can't wait to see what else goes up here. If you like this, you'll probably like my next video too, which I'm calling I Get $1 Million, but I'm hunted by a genius gorilla for life. I'm trying to make these videos.
I gotta subscribe to Mitchell Sack, bro. This guy is fucking... What video is he making? Oh my god. Hunted by Genius Gorilla for life. He just posted that 2 hours ago. Bro, he only has 3 videos.
Use a sustainable thing, so if you want to see your name in the credits for my next video, you can subscribe to my Patreon and get an authentic executive producer credit and exclusive access to the Goblin Graphics Discord.
Oh my god. Thriving internet theory. This one from a goofy idea based on a meme to a genius alternate history thriller. Top 10 debut video. What if Assad kidnapped Bob from Argentina to go on trial? Must be the sequel to this. The Minions served Pharaoh, Dracula, Napoleon, 3 figures responsible for innumerable deaths and enslavement. They would find absolutely zero issues with Hitler's atrocities. Yeah, I mean, like, aren't they effectively just... I mean, that's if we're going... Like, I'm just basing how I perceive Minions, how they act and how they think off of their interactions with Gru. But if you're going off of the Minion movie and how they... and who they've, you know, like, served previously, they would technically be fine with anything that anyone did. But how do you think they would find the most evil person? After him, it's like, now there's just a handful of people that are, like, serial killers, dictators. I feel like it has to be in a utilitarian perspective of, like, who's doing the most evil worldwide. Somebody redeem Dent. Run and F for the sub. Big for the 1500 biddies. Full-time VOD viewer. You're my #1 channel. I watched 600 VODs this year, so thanks for the entertainment. Well, thank you for watching them. RQ for the sub. Monkey J for the sub. BPAP for the 3. P. Graham for the marks. Joe Stream stays undefeated. Yeet Beef. Joe Edibles for the sub. Krypton Pro for the sub. Choose and thank you for the 5. Gift is Pala and XX for the sub. All right. I got to piss real quick, then we're going to hop into the fucking next video. Count me down 30 seconds. Oh, all right. Hold up. Somebody already in Flax? Okay. You guys are voting for the next video.
You feel.
Oop, awkward. Which one do we want to watch? It's a philosophy video. Abuse J Shoulder Runth. F for the sub big. Thank you for the 1,500 biddies. The free will illusion or hold up, I gotta sneeze. The free will illusion, or is it time to accept that everything is conscious? Which? 1 or 2? This is 2. This is 1. GR and Strouf the sub. Vote. We're going to watch both at some point. It's just which we watch today. Ooh, pretty dead even here. Pretty dead even here. ML for the sub. GR, thank you for the sub. 2 looks very interesting. Wow, it's almost 50-50. You guys always do this. You guys always do this. Also, chat, I started buying energy drinks for the review we're going to do soon. That's the next, like, video idea. I mean, we did the Hunger Games presentation today, but the next, like, review video, I'm going to try every energy drink I can find. Do you think it's fair, though, if I only do 1 flavor for each energy drink? Maybe like a sugar, non-sugar, or like a sugar-free, like just base one as well. No, I'm not going to do every flavor of every energy drink. I think there's like 30 energy drink brands that I could probably do. It just sucks because it's like, I know for certain things people are going to be annoyed. Like Celsius. I just picked a random flavor of Celsius. Should I do like their most popular? Just because it's like, Red Bull, it's easy. You just do base Red Bull, maybe a flavored Red Bull. Monster, I just do base Monster. You know, fucking other ones you do that, but it's like Celsius has like 80 fucking flavors. And I'm not going to do all of them. So I think I'm literally just going to get an energy drink. Like I got Ghost. I got the Sour Patch one. Like I'm only going to do 1 flavor of each. Are you going to try Alani? Yeah. I'll probably get every like base one that I could find. I'm probably going to go to a bunch of grocery stores, supplement stores, and like convenience, like gas stations. And I'll just buy all the ones there. I know there's a bunch that I could get online too. But it's like, I'm probably going to do like all of the videos, or not the videos, all the drinks that are, I guess common, like common energy drinks that you would regularly get. Laz and Slime for the sub. Yak, ML, and GR for the sub. Because I know I'm going to do it, and people are going to be like, you forgot this energy drink that I get from my local store that has 600 milligrams of caffeine. People voted number 2. So is it time to accept that everything's conscious? Alex O'Connor video. We'll watch the Free Will Illusion one another day. We might do some gaming after. I don't know. It depends how long I yap. I'm done for the sub, Sketty for the 3. What are you getting from Santa on Christmas? Don't know. Riley for the 3. What do you think about the idea that people's moral philosophies are often actually just pre-made guides to make decisions that are ultimately self-interested, in that modifying/perfecting your moral handbook is merely optimizing quality and minimizing thinking time for that future decision, a self-interested decision in itself coming from an agnostic evolutionist? TTV and 410 for the sub. Are you saying that, like, made moral philosophies or, like, religions themselves have pre-made guides, or are you saying that an individual's moral guideline that they have themselves is based off their own moral interests? I mean, then you're going into like an Ayn Rand argument that every action you ever do that is good is off of self-interested or narcissistic viewpoints. Holding a door for somebody is nice, but it actually just makes you feel better. You know, aiding somebody when their car breaks down helps you out in the long run, right? Doing good things for a company is just so you could get promoted. You know, being nice to your girlfriend is just so that they like you, you know? Like, you could even go as far as, like, you're in the battlefield and a grenade gets thrown in front of your friend. You jump on it because the pain of watching your friend die and living with that for the rest of your life is worse than just jumping on the grenade and saving him. so you're doing a good deed, but in reality, it's selfish for that. Like, you could get into that argument, but there's like a rabbit hole you jump down of absurdity where it's like, we kind of have to accept that morals in general are going to be confusing. And so to say that like any guide you have for yourself is based off of like just self-interested ideologies and you're just having this guide to make those decisions quicker, I don't know. Literal for the sub. All right, anyways. Now that that's done, let's hop in. Have you played the new Fortnite season? I have. You talked about this before. Yes, well, they asked. So that's why. That's why I re-mentioned it. Ozzy for the sub. Is it time to accept that everything is conscious? I think this might be one of the first Alex O'Connor videos we're watching.
Any philosophical school of thought, if studied or developed hard enough, can be convincing, and we just choose which direction to start in based on aesthetic preference. Yeah, I'm going to give this spicy. I think it's true. I think that a lot of the time when we find a philosopher or a writer convincing, what we're really experiencing is somebody putting into words something that we already feel, but doing it in...
Yeah, I mean, that goes more into, like, also the free will of change is kind of an illusion, right? Changing what you believe has already been kind of predetermined in your path of life because somebody was going to resonate with something that you actually already agreed with deep down. You just couldn't put into words yourself. If you ever actually are struggling with something that you believe in and then you find that you already believed in that, somebody was able to just convey that train of thought to you in a more efficient way that you resonated with and kind of felt on a more emotional level than you did previously. I hate that though, because that makes me think that everything I've ever enjoyed, like from a logical perspective, I had no choice in deciding it was logical. I only believe it's logical because of biases that were inflicted upon me since I was a fucking infant. Which is weird that that's the first thing that he's talking about, seeing that the other video we wanted to watch was about free will.
Such a way that makes us go, yeah, that sounds about right. And in fact, take a look at the very first words of the preface of Wittgenstein's Tractatus. This book will perhaps only be understood by those who have themselves already thought the thoughts which are expressed in it, or similar thoughts. There's something funny about Wittgenstein saying that, but I don't think he's joking. I think what he means to express is that he's about to explain a philosophical system, but it's not supposed to convince you of anything from the ground up. It's instead supposed to systematize and formalize a kind of thinking that already exists and which hopefully the reader will just resonate with. Which is why, by the way, if you don't know anything about philosophy, you might read a list of the great philosophers. Aristotle, Plato, Nietzsche, Kant, these guys. And if you pick one of them up randomly, say you start reading Wittgenstein, you might read it and think, I don't really see what all the fuss is about. I don't really understand what he's getting at.
I fucking hate Wittgenstein. We had to read him for History of Modern Philosophy 2. And my teacher or my professor glazed the piss out of him. And he was like, this is going to be, On Certainty is going to be the best book you've ever read. It was dog shit. I hated every second of it. It's not even like what he would, I just hated how he wrote. That's one of the weirdest things about like philosophy as well, is somebody might convince you more because they just write better, right? In how you want them to write. Right, that's why I like reading Nietzsche, is even though he fucking contradicts himself all the time, it's like, I just like how he writes. It's a better way of train of thought. Reading how Plato writes the Republic and how he writes, oh my God, what's the one that I'm reading right now on love? It's in fucking Greek, so I don't know. Plato on love. Symposium. But it's not the Symposium. What is the other name of it? Now I'm curious. Sorry. This is for me. It's Plato's Symposium, but it's on something. There's like 3 words that are on the book. Lysis Phaedrus Alcia. I don't even know. Fucking whatever. I didn't look into the definition of the words yet. I'm like 10 pages in. Anyways, how certain philosophers write are going to sway your opinion one way or another. Not because they're more convincing. It's just like some of them try to be poetic and it comes off annoying.
And it doesn't sound all that smart to me. And part of the reason for that, I think, is that these guys didn't just pop up out of thin air. They made contributions to fields that already existed, sometimes in a way that would completely alter the field.
I mean, that goes into the fucking argument that people say that every philosophical thought that could be thought of has already been thought of. Like, you don't hear, I mean, the main argument is that you don't really see many modern philosophers gain large popularity anymore. And all we kind of really learn about is guys that were alive 400 plus years ago. That's not what he's saying. I'm not saying that's what he's saying. This is a side note right now. This is a side note building off of something of like Wittgenstein and all these other popular philosophers that are more modern philosophers are popular because they're building off of a pre-existing idea. They're not really reformatting or kind of, you know, going down this new hill that hasn't been sled before.
Sometimes in a way that would completely alter the field or completely change the way in which an issue was viewed, but they're not starting from scratch. So if, for example, you are completely uninterested in the philosophy of language or haven't really thought about it before, if you start reading Wittgenstein, you might just think to yourself, what's he banging on about? This doesn't really do anything for me. In that sense, our interaction with philosophical texts might be a little bit more like how we interact typically with poetry or something like that, where it's not so much that if you read one of the great poets, you're guaranteed to think that they're a genius. It's just kind of a matter of whether it resonates with you or not, and that will depend on whether you already share some of the emotional predispositions of the poet. With the philosophical,
I mean, that's also yeah, it's a personal preference based thing. That's why I always, some chatters will ask me about like philosophers that write more in a poetic way, and I hate it because I don't like. It's not that I hate poetry. It's just like if I'm reading something philosophical, I'd rather you try to tell me what you're saying than write something that's miscellaneous that might lean towards one way and I'm trying to derive meaning out of what you're writing. Like, just tell me what you fucking mean. Like, I don't want you to try and convey some mind-boggling idea to me in a way that is art, right? And I understand philosophy and art could be intertwined a lot, but like if I'm reading something that's like, hey, this is what you think about morals, this is what you think about society, utilitarianism, existentialism, and you're writing it in a manner that's like, well, I think this is what they mean. Yes, you could have that, and you're going to argue about what this person's trying to say, but I'd rather you just be like, this is my point, and this is my stance, this is why I think it, right? Like I'm reading a fucking essay, like a 200-page essay, rather than you being like, well, you know, mind is just an illusion of the will. And now I'm sitting here like, huh? And I have some guy trying to tell me now my professor's fucking 70 years old trying to tell me what the fuck that means. And I'm sitting here like, what?
text, whether you like it or not, will probably depend.
That's the point. I know, but I hate it.
On whether you already share.
I'm allowed to not like it.
Some of the philosophical dispositions of the author. Now, that's not to say that these authors can't convince you of anything. Within the field of interest, they might bring to light new information or debunk some of the fallacies that you believe about a particular thing. But when we're talking about a general area of philosophy and whether a general worldview as a whole is plausible or not, I think that the plausibility we attribute to these worldviews as a whole has a lot more to do with our philosophical predispositions before we read the text.
And what's really weird is you usually have, I'm not saying this is true of everybody, but when somebody is born into a system, they at times either bend to or away from it, but it's always polar opposites. It's like a duality. And this is obviously like, I'm not saying this is like proven by statistics. This is just what I've witnessed in my own life. In that, like, if you have somebody that believes in a certain religion or philosophical like ideology or thought process from a young age, they either stick with that or fully deny it and go to an opposite perspective, right? They never go out like 40 degrees to the right and believe in something that's kind of similar. Why are you lying? Bro, get Braden out of here, bro. Braeden. Learn how to spell your own name. Get the fuck out of here. Anyways, as I was saying, just being a dick to be a dick. Fucking what the fuck. Anyways, like, what the hell, Braden? What the fuck, Braden? I'm just trying to have a goddamn philosophical conversation. You're just being an ass. Unban Braden. I feel bad. I'm sorry I made fun of your name. Anyways. What was I saying? You just got me off topic. Fuck. Oh my God. What was I saying? Oh, if you believe in something and then you kind of like, just for example, if you're religious or non-religious, like a lot of people will either be Christian and then non-Christian to atheist agnosticism versus being like Christian and then leaning towards like Buddhism. Like that happens. But I feel like it's usually like either rejection of the system you were born into, which you're already predisposed to believe because you're finding these ideologies that you already don't agree with, or you're finding these ideologies that oppose the ones that you already live in, that you kind of are already rejecting since birth. And then you kind of just lean towards those other ones that are in opposition versus finding something that's like, you know, kind of in its own world outside of the niche that you're already born into. Like, it would be really hard for somebody that's a Westerner to be born in a Western system and Western way of thought to then leave and go to a very traditional Eastern religion versus just being a Western religion, Western ideology, and then rejecting that as a whole or just believing it. You have a personal experience? I mean, yeah, in mine, I was born Christian. Now I'm just, I would say, agnostic. Most people would say I'm an atheist. I would say I'm not. I saw one, they were like, well, you posted a video of why I don't believe in God. Yeah, but I mean, I could also just say that's the monotheistic God. It's the Abrahamic religion God, right? Not just God as God, any God as a whole.
Text than anything strictly speaking that the text actually argues for. What reading a great philosopher can do then is make you realize just what it was you were thinking all along and how best to express it and defend it. That's why, by the way, if anybody ever asks me for a recommendation of which philosophers they should read, I always say just read the ones you've heard of. And the reason for that is because...
Well, I don't think anybody's going to just like pick up Hume, you know? Well, I mean, Hume's a known philosopher, but it's like that's why I always say like Plato's Republic is a good read. Alex O'Connor knows way more than me, by the way. I know 2% of what Alex O'Connor knows philosophically. If you want to watch somebody that's actually good at philosophy, watch Alex O'Connor. But I always say read like Plato or just like earlier philosophers, because it's a lot easier to just see the base idea and then kind of see the more modern philosophers that kind of expand upon their ideas. Because you're gonna read modern philosophers after reading Plato, Aristotle, and like earlier like even theologians and be like, oh, that's kind of what this guy was saying fucking 1,000 years before him, but now he's kind of, you know, twisting a little bit. But nobody's just gonna start out and read, you know, Hume. Like, I've never met somebody that's the first philosopher they ever read was, some people maybe Descartes, but like, who's somebody that's like really new, or not new, but like a philosopher people haven't heard of. I don't know. Like, I feel like most philosophers are pretty known people. Dawkins, even, I don't know, like Plato for sure. Cornel West. Cornel West? Is that a philosopher? Cornel West. Oh my God, it is. I've never heard of Cornel West. That's an example. That's a guy I've never heard of before. He's also alive. So he's really not even modern. He's like alive. Cornel West is still here. Yes, that's fair. Do you think you'd ever start writing? No, man. I don't have the knowledge for that, you know? I think one of the things I do poorly, and I was thinking about this the other day, is I always share my opinion, man. And I know people want to hear my opinion, but I think from like a genuine philosophical perspective, I should just convey what is written versus what I believe about what's written. Because I'm kind of like swaying a hand in that sense. Like when I make a philosophy video, I'm always like, I don't believe in that because of this. And I think that's a part of like philosophical discussion, but it's like, I'm never just like presenting an idea to present an idea. I'm always like, I think this, right? Like Alex O'Connor talked about that in terms of like suicide, right? If it's like, I'm talking about a video, or if I'm talking about like people taking their own lives, and I start out the video by saying like, hey, if you ever going through something, like you already know my opinion, you know.
If you've already heard of a philosopher, it means that you must have been in some kind of context where that name has come up.
It's really hard to remain objective at times. That's why the best philosophy class I ever took was moral theory, my senior year. My professor in that class, we read 5 different books from 5 different philosophers with varying opinions, and every time we finished the one book, he fucking threw it out the window and then immediately switched gear. He defended every opinion as if it were the right opinion, or he defended every philosopher as if it were the right opinion or right fact, I guess, right? So when you started on Nicomachean Ethics, that was all it was. And then we switched, and when we went to Hume or Descartes or something, it was like, that's right. Aristotle's wrong, right? You throw it right out the window. And so you see the objective correctness of each philosopher.
Maybe you really like Jordan Peterson and you've heard him mention Nietzsche a bunch of times, so you've heard of Nietzsche. Maybe you really like Jordan Peterson and you've heard him mention Nietzsche a bunch of times, so you've heard of Nietzsche. Well, there's a reason why you've heard of Nietzsche, because you like Jordan Peterson so much. And if Nietzsche is a really important thinker to Jordan Peterson, and you like Jordan Peterson, chances are you might like Nietzsche too. But if you've never heard of Nietzsche, it means that Nietzsche has never really been relevant to anything you've already thought about or anything you were doing. So if you try to just pick him up and read him, you might still get something from it and it might resonate with you, but I think it's less likely to. At least on
I mean, that also like fully leans into like, I know he was already saying this, but like freedom of choice. Like you think you have free will, but you only have the options or ability to choose between things that you already know about.
Balance of probability, you're more likely to resonate with those ideas which, for whatever reason, have just cropped up in your life here or there. And this aesthetic preference is really important because think, for example, about Albert Camus. Have you heard of Albert Camus? Maybe you
Oh, yeah, because every philosophy professor glazes him.
have. Maybe you haven't. He's a famous philosopher from the 20th century who popularized a worldview known as absurdism, which some people think is just a version of existentialism. It deals with issues of meaning and the absurdity of our expectations of finding meaning in the world constantly rubbing up against the fact that there seems to be no meaning to be found. Now, I'll bet that just as simply as whether or not you have heard of Albert Camus will depend on your aesthetic as a person. Do you like existentialism? Do you think about meaning and purpose? Do you like reading novels? Do you wear a turtleneck? Do you smoke cigarettes?
Oh my God. The one kid in my philosophy class that glazed Camus the most would smoke cigarettes before and after class every day.
These kind of things
that is hilarious.
Are predictive factors, I think, of knowing who Albert Camus is. Whereas maybe you are a mathematician and you have no interest in narrative, you don't really read fiction, you don't really care about meaning in life, you think that's kind of a useless question, maybe you just create your own meaning or you think it's a boring or uninteresting philosophical pursuit. If that's the kind of person you are, likelihood is that Albert Camus just kind of hasn't come up. It's a bit crude, those two lifestyles pitted against each other, but I hope you see what I'm getting at. And it's not just that those two kinds of aesthetics of living are predictive factors of whether you've heard of Albert Camus. They're probably also predictive factors of whether you'll resonate with Albert Camus, whether you'll enjoy his work and whether you'll think there's anything meaningful in it. Maybe you've tried it before. Maybe you've opened The Stranger or The Myth of Sisyphus and you've read a few pages and you thought, this isn't really doing it for me. I don't really find this interesting, and you gave up. Meanwhile, when you studied formal logic...
I think you gotta commit to a philosophy book at least like 30 or 40 pages in, bro, before you decide if you really do or don't like something. Because a lot of the time it's like... It's kind of like watching a movie where they're kind of throwing you into the middle of the story and then you kind of work your way back and it makes sense after. Like if you get into a philosophy book and you're 10 pages in and you're like, this sucks, give it another 30, and if it still sucks, then stop. Like even older philosophers, because they'll kind of just word vomit at you sometimes.
At university, it just captured you because that's the kind of aesthetic of philosophy that you like, and you managed to read the entire textbook in one sitting. That doesn't mean that you haven't properly understood Camus or that you're philosophically misaligned or something. It just means you prefer one way of doing philosophy over another. And so, yeah, I think that what we do, by and large, is we just get a feeling for the aesthetic of a work of philosophy from the first few pages, and that determines whether we'll keep reading it or not. And of course, if we do like the aesthetic, that's probably because something the author is saying is resonating with us, so if we carry on reading, we'll probably find it convincing, which is actually to say, a lot of the time, if you ask me, that they just put something into words that you've already been feeling, and they do it in a more elegant and formulaic way than you've heard before. And that's why I think the most brilliant of writers and philosophers, and indeed poets, all tell you something that you already knew. So who should you start with if you're trying to get into philosophy? Literally just start with who you've heard of. Here's a hot take. You need more space in your trousers. Which is a weird sounding thing to say until you realize as well, because it doesn't get back to it. All consciousness, at least human consciousness, is identical because it doesn't include personality, memory, intellectual ability, etc. Consciousness consists only of the pure awareness behind those things. For this reason, we are all reincarnations of each other, irrespective of linear time.
All consciousness is identical because it doesn't include personality, memory, intellect, ability. Consciousness consists only of the pure awareness behind those things. For this reason, we are all reincarnations of each other, irrespective of linear time. Yeah, like in a dissociative way. When you kind of, realize that you're just a thinking being that's capable of absorbing and understanding the world around you, and you kind of remove all the personal experiences that you've had in your life. At our core, we are all the same. Yes. But I don't think consciousness from just an objective, like consciousness from a very base gray, like opinion of just, hey, what is a conscious human? Yes, all conscious humans at the start are exactly the same, but I don't think you can talk about consciousness without talking about the experience that affects your consciousness.
Okay, well, that's definitely a spicy take. I don't know if I agree with the reincarnation bit, but there is something...
Yeah, I don't think it's we're reincarnations of each other irrespective of time. I think that all humans, all Homo sapiens, modern Homo sapiens with similar brain anatomy that we have, are basically just blank slates if you remove memory. If you remove memory and personality, intellectual ability, if you just think about like what a conscious human is, they're all exactly the same. Like if you Men in Black mind wiped everyone, they would all have kind of the same response.
Okay, well, that's definitely a spicy take. I don't know if I agree with the reincarnation bit, but there is something really important to be said about the nature of what consciousness is. I just had Arnica Harris on my podcast, and we talked about the nature of consciousness, and she's of the view that consciousness might be fundamental. That is to say that the stuff that makes up the universe most fundamentally is consciousness. One expression of this view is known as panpsychism, and in fact we've got another submission here.
Panpsychism is the view that the mind or a mind-like aspect is a fundamental and ubiquitous feature of reality. It also is described as a theory that the mind is a fundamental feature of the world which exists throughout the universe. It's one of the oldest philosophical theories with Thales, Plato, Spinoza, Leibniz, Schopenhauer, Bertrand Russell. I don't know. To say that everything is conscious or that consciousness in general is fundamental in reality.
Here.
I don't know if I disagree or agree with that.
Of this view is known as panpsychism, and in fact we've got another submission here. Panpsychism is by far the most plausible and comprehensive explanation of consciousness, which I'm also going to give spicy, and we'll just do the two in one here.
Well, I mean, then you also, first you have to talk about whether or not you believe consciousness is biological or like metaphysical. Like, do you think that consciousness exists within the brain and the body or outside of it? I think it's personally, I think it's very hard to argue that consciousness is separate from the physical body and brain. Because if you are thinking about your consciousness and who you are in general, your consciousness can't move, right? If you say that it's a non-material thing, then why is your consciousness effectively trapped within your own brain, right? When you think in your own head, you feel it in your own head. When you can't obviously touch your own consciousness, you don't know where a lot of that information is stored, where it goes, how you even perceive it. You can kind of close and see things in your own brain. Some people can't. A lot of people can. Like right now, I'm imagining a red apple turning on a turntable. Like, where is that information stored? Because it's not just inside my brain somewhere. It has to be in my neural connections, but where? But the point that I'm going back into is that your consciousness is kind of stuck in your body and in your brain, so it makes a lot more sense that it's a part of it than that it's somehow non-physical yet trapped inside it. Because if it's non-physical, then how is it being bound by physical things? I don't know. I'm confusing myself.
So the panpsychist looks at the fact that we appear to have material things like this microphone, which don't have any kind of awareness, and minds, like the mind I'm using right now to think, that do have conscious awareness. And there's this mystery of why there's consciousness here, but not here. Historically, philosophers have come up with all kinds of solutions of why there's using right now to think that do have conscious awareness. And there's this mystery of why there's consciousness here, but not here. Historically, philosophers have come up with all kinds of solutions to this problem. Maybe it's just that there is this immaterial mind that exists, and I have a physical body, and they're just completely different substances.
Yeah, but you can't say, it's easier to say that, you can't say that they're just fully separate from one another, because they're clearly intertwined in some way. It's either that it's one or the other, or that they're somehow interlocked. Like, to say that these are two different things that are fully separated is so fucking confusing, because then I would be able to move my consciousness from outside of my body at any given moment.
But for some reason, they're kind of like connected and work together, despite not actually being made of the same stuff. That's a view known as dualism, as in there's two substances. Some are reductionists about consciousness. That is, consciousness is just material goings-on in the brain, in the same way that the information on a computer is just the same thing as zeros and ones on a computer chip somewhere. Some materialists think the brain works in the same way, that there are just atoms bumping around in the brain, and somehow that is just the same thing as conscious experience. Other philosophers think that consciousness somehow emerges from that more fundamental material. So it's still just atoms bumping around in the brain, but for some reason they produce this new emergent quality called consciousness. And you might think of that a little bit like the sponginess of a cake. None of the things that make up the cake, like the atoms themselves or the materials that you use to bake a cake, are themselves spongy. But somehow, if you put all of those ingredients together in the right kind of way, this new property of sponginess emerges. The panpsychist
That makes a lot of sense.
is somebody who looks at this problem and says, well, where does consciousness emerge? You know, atoms themselves are not conscious, and if I put a bunch of atoms together, they're not going to be conscious. Like this microphone is...
Oh, like when, at what moment can you mark something emerging being conscious? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. When can you say that something, like because there's a point where something's not conscious, and then there's a point where something is. And when is that line crossed? I mean, that's an argument that people have with, like, abortion in life. But if you're talking about just consciousness of a human or an animal, a living thing, a non-living thing, when does something become and cross that line of non-consciousness to consciousness? What the fuck? Can you even measure that?
A bunch of atoms together and it's not conscious. So how is it that at some point, if I put them together in a particular kind of way, suddenly consciousness just shows up? Well, maybe it just does that, and hopefully science will one day tell us how it does that, but for now, we just remain in ignorance. But it does seem like consciousness is this categorically different thing from matter. I mean, the actual experience that you're having. I don't mean the brain waves or activity that's correlated with the experience. I mean the experience itself, the actual fear. Not the brain state that brings about fear, but the feeling of fear. Not the brain state that brings about the perception of redness, but the experience of seeing red in such a way that you could never explain to a blind person, even if you could explain every single fact about the brain to them. There's something about experience which seems categorically different.
Yeah, our capability of language and conveying our conscious thought to words is limited. You can never fully convey a conscious experience to another individual, and unless they've also experienced it. Like, I can convey a sunset to somebody that's seen a sunset, and they'll be like, oh, I know what you're trying to say. But at some point, there is like an emotional or perspective like a logical understanding of something that is beyond words. Like not even, and beyond an emotion either. It's just like an understanding.
And that's why it's a mystery how this experience could emerge from non-experience, which belongs to a completely different category. That kind of feels like if you took a bunch of numbers like 1 and 14 and 2 million and you added them together in the right order, you'd somehow get a chair. Like, it just doesn't make sense. That kind of thing can't emerge from that other kind of thing. So one solution to this mystery that the panpsychist offers is that, well, consciousness doesn't emerge from matter, because matter itself just is consciousness.
Yeah, but if you're saying matter itself is consciousness, then why don't we see that in everyday material objects? Why like not even just living things like cells, right? Like, why do we not? So that would entail that the table behind me is conscious. Like, even though it's not a living thing, like it's very easy to argue like I'm conscious and then a dog is conscious or a plant. But then you're even taking a step further and you're going like, yes, this dead wooden table is conscious in some way because it's made of matter.
Is to say, if I ask what this microphone is made out of, I'll say, well, it's made out of metal. Well, what's the metal made out of? Well, it's made out of atoms. Well, what are the atoms made out of? Well, subatomic particles. Well, what are the subatomic particles made out of? Well, we don't really know. Some people think tiny vibrating strings. Some people think quantum probability distributions or whatever. The panpsychist says that the answer is consciousness. That is the fundamental stuff of the universe. One problem that panpsychism does seem to solve is this issue of how you get one thing emerging from another categorically different thing. But hold on a second, if everything in the universe is made up fundamentally of consciousness, then why is my brain so different from other material objects? Like, why can I do things that the chair can't? I can experience emotions like joy or sorrow. I can be creative. I can perform intellectual tasks.
What? So is it saying that like there's levels to the is it that we're conscious, I'm conscious in the same way that my microphone is? Or is panpsychism saying that consciousness is just the same? Right? Like the atoms within my microphone are experiencing a conscious reality in a similar way that I am. They just have less perception and perceptive abilities than I do.
If my brain is made up of the same conscious stuff as the chair, why can I do that and not the chair? Well, this is where we come back to the comment. Notice the commenter said that all consciousness is identical because it doesn't include personality, memory, intellectual ability, etc. Consciousness consists only of the pure awareness behind those things. This is something I spoke to Annika Harris about. The idea that we often confuse the kind of things which our brains do, like memorizing things or experiencing joy or experiencing pleasure, which require consciousness, for consciousness itself. These things, require consciousness. Or experiencing joy or experiencing pleasure, which require consciousness for consciousness itself. These things,
Yes. Experiencing pleasure, pain, happiness is not consciousness. Consciousness is just the awareness of things, not the things themselves. Fuck.
Experiences, these intellectual...
That's cognition. Relating to the process of acquiring of knowledge and understanding through thought, experience, and senses, but consciousness, the state of being awake, thinking, and knowing what is happening around you. I mean, they're very similar.
activities are not themselves...
Bro, I might be stupid. No, like, I don't think you're stupid, bro. No. I don't fully understand this either. I'm, like, also... It's very hard, right, to try and understand the words that somebody's because a lot of it is like it's like word schematics, bro. Like you're just throwing words around that have meanings and you're trying to puzzle piece them together to create an understanding of something that you don't currently understand. That is really hard, right? Like you're not dumb if you don't fully get what he's saying, right? Like nothing's wrong with that.
Consciousness.
Hold up. Whisper, Ange, Mr. Free, Rio X, it's for the sub, me of the 3. First call track me tomorrow. Good luck. Dan's Happy Jug, NV4 and Funny for the sub, Yaws for the 3. Grew up Catholic my whole life, started questioning my distancing from the Christianity, letting go to the fear of hell. I want to let you know that you're in a similar situation. You have any advice how to get over it? Well, I was kind of on that in-between, right? Which is where I think you're at now. Like, I'm not afraid of hell because I don't think hell exists. So, I can't be afraid of something that I don't think is real, right? So, that's where I am, you know? Like, I can't help you in that sense because part of you is still on that in-between. You know what I mean? It's not Cam. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. KH for the sub. It's a Broads for the sub. Ozzy, Jacob, Literal, 410 and CTV for the sub. Thank you, Cam. Genuinely, bro. Thank you for the 10 subs.
They require consciousness. You need to be conscious in order to remember something, but memory is not the same thing as consciousness. Maybe one of the biggest mistakes that we've made in the
But I mean, then is he saying that consciousness in general is just like the awareness?
philosophy of mind is assuming that consciousness requires complexity. That is, if you want consciousness, you need something really complex, like a brain. And that's why chairs can't be conscious and brains can, because brains are much more complex. We could be totally wrong about that. Maybe consciousness doesn't require complexity, but some of the things that consciousness can do, like memory, or like feeling longing, or like enjoying music, do require complexity. That would mean the thing that's special about the brain is not its consciousness, because consciousness is fundamental, but the things that its consciousness can do. For example, you can remember being conscious of complexity. That would mean
He's losing me.
Feeling longing, or like enjoying music, do require complexity. That would mean the thing that's special about the brain is not its consciousness, because consciousness is fundamental, but the things that its consciousness can do. For example, you can remember being conscious 5 minutes ago. Suppose you had absolutely no memory. You wouldn't be able to report any of your feelings. You wouldn't be able to learn a language in order to express it. You wouldn't even be able to know that you are a continuous person because...
Oh my God, yet you would still be able to experience. You would still be a conscious experiencing organism, but you would have no memory to hold on to. So you would still be something that is aware, but that awareness would be only moment to moment. There would be no timeline in that conscious capacity. So a chair could be conscious, but it has no capacity to remember or experience anything. So like fish or jellyfish, I don't know. I would say even less than a jellyfish. A jellyfish is a living thing. I mean, you're going consciousness from a non-living thing to a jellyfish. That's like...
You wouldn't have any...
I would say no.
Psychological connection with the past. Genuinely imagining having no memory. And I don't mean that you like forget things after...
I mean, that's why I always say no memory is beyond like dementia and Alzheimer's. But I mean, even relating back to that, one of my biggest fears is like Alzheimer's and dementia. I think is genuinely terrifying because it is like losing yourself, not your consciousness, but it's losing the in-depth capability that your consciousness holds.
10 seconds, or like you've got dementia or something like that. I mean, there is just no such thing as memory whatsoever.
Yeah, every second. Oh my God. You're just fully... Because any living thing that we understand as consciousness has a memory. Your dog remembers you, right? If you don't see your dog has a memory. Your dog has a smell and a retained info. If you weren't able to retain info, not even in short term or long term, you couldn't retain what happened 3 seconds ago. Like you're always just experiencing. Fuck.
It's just pure experience. What would that be like? It's impossible to even understand what that would feel like. And whatever it did feel like, you wouldn't be able to reflect on it because a new moment would come and you wouldn't remember where you got up to in your thought process. Whatever that isolated...
Yeah, there would be no capability of reflection at all.
Thing itself is. You take away the memory, you take away the ability to experience emotion, you take away the ability to use reason, and you leave just the thing which makes them possible, that is, conscious experience. And that alone, it seems to me a lot...
Wow, I'm loving this now. I hated it at first. This is making a lot of sense now to me.
More plausible to say that something like that is foundational to the universe.
Your chair's conscious? Yeah, good thing you don't have a memory, because I'd be ripping ass on him constantly.
The reason why it sounds so wacky and weird to say consciousness is fundamental is because we associate consciousness with these higher order intellectual activities that the brain does. But those aren't the same thing as consciousness. Those are just some of the things that consciousness can do. So I'm made up of consciousness, and the microphone is made up of consciousness too. But just like how the Empire State...
Yes, but then would that mean that every part of my body, even outside of my brain level of consciousness, is also conscious? Like, is my hand conscious in a different way than my entire... Like, is my entire body conscious in every single cell and every single atom within my... Everything in the universe is conscious and experiencing. But the complexity is through the combination of those experiences, of those atoms, to more and more deep and, I guess, fucking what? Complicated ways?
Building and a rock are ultimately made up of the same thing, matter, but one of them has much more complicated stuff going on. It's got like elevators, it's got windows, it's got standing desks, and it's got cash registers and all kinds of stuff. That's not to say that it's a categorically different thing. It's not made out of a different kind of material. It's just more complicated. And all of those cool things like windows and cash registers are just complicated expressions of the same fundamental thing, matter. The panpsychist views consciousness in the same way. Consciousness is fundamental, and it does make up this microphone, but the sheer complexity with which consciousness is arranged in something like a brain means that I can do lots of really cool extra stuff like memory and emotion, and that's the kind of analogical...
I gotta write this shit down, bro. I want to read some other stuff about this.
Equivalent of the cash register and the window and the elevators. It's the same material.
This guy's so boring, bro. Carte de Gangsta.
It's just organized in a more complicated manner. So I think the commenter is quite right to point out that consciousness is not the same thing as personality or memory or intellectual ability. Instead, consciousness is just the awareness that allows those things to occur, that sits behind those things. I'm not sure that it means that we are all reincarnations of each other, irrespective of...
No, I think I feel like saying it we're reincarnations of each other, irrespective of linear time, just makes it... I feel like this is like leaning into like the egg theory. You know what I mean? We're all reincarnations of each other, irrespective of linear time. That's what it's... that's kind of like what it's trying to prove, but I feel like these are two separate statements. Like, the first sentence or the first two sentences doesn't prove the third.
Linear time. I'm not even really sure what that means.
They're two separate claims.
But it certainly does revolutionize the way that we understand.
The egg theory. The egg theory is a theory that every human that has ever existed is a part of the same conscious experience, but they don't have the memory of it. Time isn't linear after death, and you're basically just reincarnated to another human in any timeline, and every human that ever exists and ever will exist, and every being that ever exists and will exist, you are. So everything that you do, you're doing to yourself in one way or another. Which, in the terms of the universe as a whole, is true if you're perceiving the universe as just one thing, and that, like, oh, whatever you're affecting is a part of the universe, you're also a part of the universe, so you're basically one and the same thing. But I don't know.
And what consciousness is, what it can do, and what's required for it. So if
So I'm literally Ryan Gosling. If you believe in the egg theory, yeah. You're Ryan Gosling, you're Dwayne Johnson, you're Kevin Hart, you're Pol Pot, you're Stalin, you're Adolf Hitler, you're everybody they've killed. You're the butterfly that died 3 days ago. You're a fly, you're a bird, you're a cow, you're an eagle, you're every living thing that has ever existed. and will exist.
Consciousness itself, that is separate from all of the complicated things that it can sometimes do.
There's people that think that. Yeah. That the egg theory isn't a religion though. That's like just like some fucking thought experiment theory that a guy made.
Like memory or like emotions, but just the awareness itself. If that actually doesn't require complexity.
It's a very good means of morality though. In that everything that you do, you will do to yourself. So if you're narcissistic, it makes you a good person.
Then not only do we need to rethink what it is that makes our brains so special, but also just how plausible it might be to say that consciousness is more foundational than we might originally have thought. Anyway, that was fun. Let's do this.
It would mean that our consciousness is consciousness is more abundant than we once thought it is, but that still doesn't take away from the complexity of the consciousness that we hold, right? The range that there is. Our memory makes our consciousness matter more than that of a chair. You study philosophy based on aesthetic preference. I study philosophy based on how cool the book cover looks. Alex asks for spicy takes for engagement, but only looks for the topics he already wants to discuss. I mean, that would be true. Like, when I'm like, hey, comment what you want me to talk about below, and when I do a fucking philosophy rant, I'm not going to fucking make a video about some shit I find boring. Somebody, hey, can you make a video about... No. Ooh, 400 THB. Don't know that currency. Oh, Thailand. I remember getting really high one night, and I had an episode of dissociation. No longer felt like I was me. I've had that multiple times. Like, just a feeling of awareness where I've been watching my own videos, and I'm like, holy shit, that's me. But I feel like everybody's had dissociation in one form or another. It's just, like, the fucking level of it. Same consciousness, my body felt like a machine. All my memories, my personality, everything I would normally consider as me were just a part of neurons, chemical reactions, electrical signals. I was observing the process. I'd cut on my finger from a few days back. I could still feel the pain, but instead of discomfort, I recognized it as my body warning my brain of the danger, but nothing more. I mean, that's more of like an animalistic awareness than anything. Not even just like it's a dissociation, but it's like a dissociation from like the complexity that a human has. Saw a moth by a porch light occasionally flying and landing, and it hit me. The same consciousness that is in me is in that moth. Our physical makeup vary in levels of complexity, but that was our only difference. Yeah, but you'll still never be able to understand the consciousness of a moth. The consciousness in the same way of awareness, just at a very base level, but the perceptive abilities that a moth has will still be different than you. What if consciousness is just a function of the universe like gravity? I mean, dude, I was tripping one day, and I remember I felt like what it was like to be a lion. I'm not trying to be cringe, but I felt like what it was like to be a lion. I remember I was looking in the mirror. I had no thoughts. It was just experience. And I remember in that moment, I snapped out of it because they always tell you not to look in a mirror, and I was just staring at myself in a mirror. It was really creepy, too, because like seconds before I was smiling in the mirror, but I wasn't smiling in real life, and it was really fucking weird. I was like tripping. It was horrible. But then I was like staring at myself, just breathing, and I was like, holy fuck. Snapped out of it, walked out. I was like, I'm fucking good. Right before we were playing Man of Medan. Man of Medan, the fucking supermassive game, scary ass game. I was sitting in the corner of a couch with my fucking tortilla blanket on me, just fucking tweaking. I was just sitting there like just fucking breathing. Everybody looked like fish. I remember staring at the screen. I was like, yo, did they look like fish to anybody else? I'm like, I don't even know what's going on. Stood up. I felt like I was stuck. Like I was morphing into the couch. You ran 110-meter hurdles in 15 seconds. Were you Division 1? No, dude, that was like sophomore year. That's an ass time. 15-second, 110 hurdles. That's horrible. The best time I ever ran was like an 60-meter hurdle in the winter. I only ran junior year winter, and then I didn't run junior spring or senior year at all. I think like a good time, I think like what I ideally would have hit on like a 110 hurdle would have been like a 14.4, 14.3. How come you stopped? I broke my foot. I had stress fractures like 3 times. Shin splints constantly. I broke my sesamoid bone, if you know fucking anatomy. And then after that, I just stopped running. My feet, I have a long first metatarsal. It basically like fucks up the way my feet absorb shock, right? Like it all kind of goes to one aspect of my foot rather than spreading it out evenly. And so it just caused my, like, I'm not like built for running like that. Otter, Contra, Code, Mr. and Dak for the sub, X for the 3. You're my second screen while I'm texting my manager right now. Side for the 3. Actually kind of makes sense. Every protocol has consciousness, the idea how they interact with other atoms. There's a level of consciousness that is permanent. So if there's something without consciousness, it wouldn't have any properties of interactions at all with anything. Wait, is that dark matter then? Wait, hold up. Dark matter interacts with gravity, so that wouldn't work. I think dark matter is its own thing that physically doesn't make any sense. Binks for the 3. Stop saying if you ban me, you might as well have coded an AI language recognition software built on everything I've ever said in order to predict every brainwave I ever have and will produce. From there, you can find out everything about me and develop a neurotransmission device to remove every concept of your existence and the existence of the internet from my brain. Binks, why do you keep... Is this like a fucking, like, I think you should leave bit that you're doing right now? Like, what are you... Like, it's like every day you're like, if you ban me, you might as well, like, mind wipe me like Men in Black. And you might as well, like, take my brain and disassemble it and reassemble it in a fashion that, like, I physically can't remember the internet exists or social media in general. Eric and Plebsy for the sub, Bless for the sub, Sketty for the 3. Would you ever do a stream debating viewers? I was an atheist until I was 19. One of my favorite things to do is debate people who hold different beliefs so I could strengthen and test my own. Yeah, for sure. The problem is, like, a lot of people would just be clowning, so I don't know, like, who I would genuinely debate. What's your most creepy trip? Got to take the headset off for this one. My most creepy trip? I haven't tripped in over a year, so it's been a while. But I feel like I gotta think. I don't know. I mean, the most paranoid I ever was when we were on a walk, and it was like on the side of the road. And I was just freaking the fuck out. It was like a weird fear that had nothing based behind it. It was just like fucking just sheer, it was like a panic attack almost. But it was a panic attack while I was tripping, so it was really bad. One that's like more relatable is when I was playing Man of Medan, I was just like full tweaking. Usually like every time you shouldn't take mushrooms, by the way. But every time I had taken mushrooms, the first hour was really bad. Like, I remember there was one time we put on Midnight Gospel, and, like, halfway through the first episode, I, like, just got up and I laid on the fucking cold tile floor, and I didn't move for, like, 45 minutes because I was just freaking out. And then I stood up after, like, randomly and, like, fucking snap of the fingers. I was like, oh, I'm good now. Went on a walk. Walked in the middle of the woods at night. Didn't scare me at all. If it could have been a fucking animal, I would have just stared at it and been like, whoa. Whoa. That's kind of cool. I think, like, one of the worst trips I had was when my friend was freaking out. He was, like, seeing faces in the trees, and he was getting angry. And that's always really scary, because it's, like, if you don't have a trip sitter, it's, like, you don't really know what to do. Like, one time I had a friend that got really mad. He started, like, clenching his fists, and he was going, like, and then he was like, I need to go on a walk. And he disappeared. He came back like 3 hours later, and he was like, I really wanted to fight you guys. Meanwhile, we were just listening to, like, Kid Cudi. And I was, like, laying on the floor. Like, outside. Why? I don't know. Brings the fucking shit out of people, bro. You having a bad time, it's gonna fucking come forward, bro. Bro hates Kid Cudi. It wasn't even that. He, like, came back and he was chill after, but he was, like, full tweaking. And that was my friend. He was like a fucking wrestler, bro. If he wanted to fight me, he would have killed me. So that was scary. But I didn't know it at the moment, so I don't really know. I don't have, like, any moment that's, like, creepy trip. You know what I mean? K-Dog for the sub, Dak for the 5. Are you going to play Highland Life 2 when it comes out because you played the first one? It was fun as fuck to watch? Yeah, for sure. Jala for the sub. All right, well, chat, we're going to call that there a bit of an early end of the stream. It's still a 4-hour. I'm going to be live long as fuck tomorrow. I'm going to be live for like 6 to 8 hours tomorrow, maybe longer, probably 6 hours, at least 6 hours. I'll be live at noon. Noon to 3, we're going to be doing the SMP, the Cobblemon SMP. 3 to 6, we have a charity stream tournament for MC Hunger Games where we're going to be raising money for Toys for Tots. It's going to be like 10 to 12K. We're going to try raise, maybe more, hopefully more. The charity stream doesn't start at the beginning of stream because the charity donos affect in real time the game that's actively going on. So the charity stream will start 3 hours into stream. After, we might go back to the SMP or watch the Streamer Awards. I don't really know. I don't think I'm going to watch the whole Streamer Awards. But if I end stream before, I'll just raid the Streamer Awards. Or like Cutie or somebody watching the Streamer Awards that's supporting it. But we might do some more SMP after the Hunger Games event because I do want to get into that a bit. But outside of that, I don't really know what else. Sunday's going to be Reacts at 2. Monday's going to be more of the SMP and maybe some random games. Tuesday, I'm not live. Wednesday's going to be horror games, random games, maybe PvZ Garden Warfare 2. Thursday is going to be Reacts and random games. Friday, I'm not live. Saturday's more of the SMP and random games. Sunday next week is Reacts. Then we'll go from there. A bunch of new games dropping. If you have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play, videos, search up games, search up, type in most of the videos I watch, games I play. Scotty for the 3. I was smoking weed. I saw my dad in the room. He started talking to me, hit me up, started walking away, so I followed him. He went into the bathroom. I went in, turned the lights on. I was staring directly into the mirror, look around. Nobody else was in the bathroom. Creepiest experience. Wow. Thank you for the 5 gifteds, bro. Appreciate the subs. All right, I'm going to be posting in the main of the gaming right when I end too, so go watch that. But outside of that, chat, fucking stream. It was a fun React day / the Hunger Games rant and all that shit. It was fun. It was fun. Who do we want to raid, though? Oh, my God. Foxman's fucking live. Whenever Foxman's live, when I'm live, I got to raid him. Because he's always live at like 9 a.m. Rad for the sub. All right. Appreciate y'all. Hope y'all had fun. And I'll see y'all.